Today we have with us eminent dignitaries, so I request them to join us on dais one by one. Professor Lam Ken Yong, Senior Vice President Research, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Mr. Bharat Agarwal, President, Vishwakarma University, Pune. Mr. Parag Satpute, Chairman, CII Pune Zonal Council and Managing Director, Bridgestone India Private Limited. Professor Tim White, Vice President, International Engagement, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Professor BVR Chaudhary, Senior Executive Director and President Emeritus, Materials Research Society of Singapore and Adjunct Faculty with NTU, Singapore. Professor Vasudev Gade, Vice President, Vishwakarma University, Pune. And Professor Siddharth Zabde, Vice Chancellor, Vishwakarma University, Pune. Thank you. To begin with the proceedings of CONNECTOMICS, I request Mr. Bharat Agarwal, President of Vishwakarma University, to deliver his welcome address. Bharat sir spearheads Vishwakarma Group, which consists of higher education institutes, schools, a foundry, retail business, publication house, other firms and social initiatives. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Amol. Thank you, Amol. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates attending CONNECTOMICS today. Amol briefly mentioned, but still my name is Bharat Agarwal. I represent a large, I would not say a largely focused education group in Pune by the name Vishwakarma. Just some context set in, we represent here as Vishwakarma University today. We are a 5-year-old university established in the year 2017. Have 2 batches which have passed out and the 3rd batch is just passed out in June, July. We come from the legacy of an engineering institute called VIT, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, and one more engineering college called VIIT. Both VIT have been ranked by NIRF and other ranking agencies at the top colleges of the country, and we are very sure that Vishwakarma University, as soon as it becomes eligible, will also participate and get the right accreditations and the right rankings. For today's morning, we are pleased to welcome Professor Lam. I asked him, how do I refer to him? Do I refer him Dr. Lam? I refer to him as Professor Lam. And he was standard enough to say, just refer me as Lam, because that is the way I prefer to be referred and refer back. So we are honored to have you, sir, over here. Dr. Lam is the Vice President Research at Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. More about NTU will be spoken in due course. We had an interesting dinner meeting yesterday where we just announced to them that NTU, we know a lot of it because of our presence in this sector. We know about NTU because we read about it, but many in India and many in our city may not be very well aware about NTU. And so we called it one of Asia's secrets, the NTU, and more information about NTU will be given by Dr. Lam, Dr. Tim White, and other delegates from NTU. I also welcome Mr. Parag Satpute, the chairperson of the CII Pune Zonal Council, the MD of Bridgestone Tires, and my dear friend. I also have a habit of doing some hoshiari here and there. So Parag Satpute is an alumnus of VIT, and that is something that we take a lot of pride with. Welcome, Dr. Chaudhary, a person who has led the NTU awareness movement in India, a person because of whom Vishwakarma has been connected with NTU for more than 10 years now on various activities, various projects, some of them which I would highlight very soon. Welcome, Dr. Tim White. Pleasure to have you over here. He's the Vice President of Industry Connected NTU, and he will be sharing the experiences on how well a model has been developed at NTU to engage with industry for meaningful activities or meaningful engagement between the two. We all in Pune know Dr. Gade. He is the ex-Vice Chancellor of University of Pune, and we are blessed to have him as the Vice President of Vishwakarma University. I also welcome Dr. Siddharth Zabde, alumnus of IIT Powai, who is the Vice Chancellor of VU. We have been about 4 months back wanting to host an industry academia summit, and I'm sure with so much representation from industry and CII, we know industry academia talks, summits, partnerships, engagement. These are words that we have been talking for so long. I remember almost 15-20 years that I have been running Vishwakarma. On every platform, I have got to at least say this or hear this, that we need to strengthen academia industry engagement. We need to further enforce or strengthen the relationship between industry academia for students' benefit, for industry benefit, and so on. There is a huge gap between student skills that pass out from engineering colleges and other institutes and what the industry requires. I think we have all made only a little bit of progress on these issues in the last decade or so. But I would not like to say that we have done nothing. We have made some progress. Most of students, at least from the premier engineering colleges, including ours, are getting a lot of opportunities with the industry as far as jobs goes. But more than that, I would like to emphasize that NEP 2020, which was announced about 3 years back, made a special focus on internships and live projects to be given or live experiences to be given to students. But even before 2020, VIT, VIIT, VU, and other institutes have always been proactively working with the industry. I, in fact, thank the industry people over here to allow students from our group to do internships, 6 months long internship with most of you all. It's overwhelming to see the numbers. We ourselves, only Vishwakarma, has an annual intake of engineering students of more than 3,000. And all of them, and I really mean this, all of them get an industry internship of 6 months, either in their 7 semesters or their 8 semesters. And this has become a culture, this has become a trend. Now industries are requesting us to even allow the 6 months internship to be extended to a year, which we do on a case-to-case basis based on the project or based on the need. We also need to take care of the academics, and therefore we take a judicious call based on the situation. A lot of industries are also coming on campus to give live projects to our students to set up center of excellence on our campuses. Something that we, I think, have learned from NTU, being engaged with them for so many years. How do industry work so closely with academia? A few examples of this would also be shared in the day on how well such centers of excellence are functioning at our campuses and in general amongst the academia of Pune. I think in the last 10 years, 15 years that we are talking about engagement between the industry and academia, we have all evolved. The industry has also evolved. I take this liberty to talk about industry on my own behalf because I also run an aluminum foundry, which is supplying components to auto and non-auto majors. But we have also evolved as industry, and we have also evolved as academia. 10 years back, the story was different. 15 years back, the story was different. Today, I think we have reached a stage where we can work together on collaborative research. And that remains a central focus or the most important focus of today's meet. We believe, of course, the industry, the corporate world is investing progressively on R&D. They want to foster innovation because we all believe that innovation is the way in the future companies would survive and thrive. And I also am seeing that while industries want to invest in innovation, invest in research, they also would like to invest with a credible partner. Academia happens to be one credible partner. And I, over here, invite industries to participate with us. We have, of course, the strong credibility of NTU, of which Professor Lam, Dr. Tim White will speak, and also a few case studies of VU, where we would display our processes, our capabilities, and our credibilities on why industry should invest with us for research, for innovation, and for technology development. I would once again just want to highlight a few advantages of this collaboration, although I know it has been spoken too much and we all may be knowing it by heart. It is interesting that what are the differences? The industry we all know is all pressed on time. The corporate world is pressed on time. Everything needs to happen with a timeline, and that too, you have to beat timelines many a times. In that context, academia has a little bit of liberty of having some little bit more time. I would not call it all the time in the world, but a little bit of more time. So there lies a difference. The industry also has a lot of pressure on its P&L and therefore has lesser, I would say, right to fail, whereas the academia have a larger right to fail because of the entire process of research being so experimental and imbibed in the academic culture. And third, and the most important one, the academia has the access to fresh minds, to new ideas, and to different perspectives through young students. Now, if you look at the opposites between industry and academia, I think here lies the reason why they should marry with each other. Because if you don't have time, there is someone who has time. You may not have the right to fail, or you may not have the right pockets to fail. There is someone who has the right to fail. And you might be constrained because of your HR being or because of your manpower being a bit more tenured, whereas the institutes, academia would always have newer students joining in and fresher ideas and newer perspectives being derived. So with this, I once again invite all of you all to participate with the academia. And I say this very, very generally. Of course, we would like to proactively work with all of you all as Vishwakarma University, as NTU. I think Mr. Viren Joshi just now mentioned to me कि ये बात मैंने तुमसे 5 साल पहले भी बोली थी सर कि आपने ये करना चाहिए और आज आप कर रहे हो. Sir, देर आए दुरुस्त आए. Let us think that at least now we have the right, I would say, learnings from NTU. NTU is over here to also present their own examples and case studies that will make us learn, make us understand how this works. We are also in a process of requesting and learning from NTU to develop our own capabilities, which means we are engaging with NTU to train our faculty, to train our students. And in that sense, I'm sure that our credibility would also go up. I request you all to please proactively support the academia by engaging with us in meaningful innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views and also for enabling this platform for like-minded professionals to deliberate. Now I request Mr. Parag Satpute, Chairman of CII Pune Zonal Council and Managing Director Bridgestone, to deliver his inaugural address. Over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Bharat, for setting up this whole event in a very insightful way. I'm really privileged to be here and to represent the Pune industry as the chairman of CII Pune Zone. This topic of industry-academia collaboration is very, very important to CII. It's also very close to my heart. And like Bharat was mentioning, has been in discussion for some time. So I'm really glad to see that we are taking some concrete steps to move from intent and idea to actually into action. I think this is a unique event because it's a combination of the Pune industry, which is very vibrant, especially in the automotive sector, a leading university in India and a leading global university. To bring all of this together for our members and for corporates and academia in Pune, I think is a great opportunity. I'm very grateful for the NTU dignitaries. Thank you, sirs, for being here today and sharing your experience and engaging with Pune CII members and also the corporate world. Thanks Vishwakarma University, Bharat and your team for making this possible. Let's hope that this is the beginning of a more engaging activity throughout the years to come. The reason why this topic is so important, you know, we talk about India becoming a $5 trillion economy, right? And we also talk that manufacturing has to play a very key role within this. it has to contribute to somewhere around 25% of GDP, up from 15% today. That's very clear. For India to become a developed country, for India to be a $5 trillion economy, manufacturing needs to grow significantly. Also, gone are the days when manufacturing in a country such as India can just grow on the basis of cost arbitrage. Technology is going to be the most important and differentiating factor. And it is a fact that manufacturing industry today, or corporates in India today, are unable to invest enough in R&D. And that is something that is holding us back. And some of the reasons for that, Bharat talked about. You know, there is always a pressure on balance sheet, there is always a pressure on P&L, there is a time constraint, and some of these R&D activities, especially the research activities, have a low rate of success and can be unpredictable. But having said that, if we really want to get ahead as an industry and as a country, we do need to invest in R&D and come up with new technology. And here is where I see there is a unique opportunity to follow what Bharat was describing, this marriage between industry and academia. And Pune is one of the best places to do it, because we have a thriving education system, especially a technical education system, VU being one of the leading universities. And then we have such a established manufacturing infrastructure, manufacturing ecosystem, which is also modernizing very fast. So I see this as a unique opportunity for us in this room to take a lead and to contribute in a big way towards driving India towards the $5 trillion mark. Throughout the day, looking at the agenda, I think we have a great set of speakers. I'd like to thank all of them for coming and spending the time and sharing their experiences. They will share experiences of how they have collaborated with academia, with VU and with NTU in this case, to turn it into something which is useful for industry and for business. Almost like a blueprint for what the rest of the industry can do. I would like to urge especially the mid-sized and small-sized companies to really look at this seriously, because this is where the biggest stress is on investing in R&D. So rather than try to do it all on your own, here is an opportunity to leverage off the infrastructure, the capabilities that are provided by leading universities such as Vishwakarma and NTU. So I'm really looking forward to this event today and to see what comes out of it. I wish you all the best, and please do engage in great discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parag sir, for sharing your views on rationale for R&D endeavors, and also for your guidance throughout, plus contribution of entire CII team, and I think faith that CII leadership team had shown to partner for this event. We would like to now extend gratitude by presenting a small token of appreciation for dignitaries that we have on dais. So I request Ms. Apurva Bilare to continue with the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Amol sir. To begin with, I request Mr. Bharat Agarwal to felicitate Professor Lam. So we will be presenting Puneri Pagdi. Yes. Yes. So this is the Puneri Pagdi, or the Pune style Pagdi. It's a traditional turban which represents honor, pride, and the reformation that has happened in the city of Pune. Yes, it's a geographical indication which we have. Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah. Further, I request Dr. Vasudev Gade to felicitate Dr. BVR Chaudhary. So we are also giving this memento a nip. I would like to tell that this has been specially designed by our students and faculty of design department. It is made from bamboo, a very sustainable material, and it also represents the spirit of education and championship. A round of applause. Thank you, sir. Further, I request Professor Siddharth Zabde to felicitate Professor Tim White. So we at Vishwakarma have this tradition to felicitate our guests by offering a shawl and the Shreefal. So basically, shawl is a representation of the respect that we have for our guests. Again, a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Further, I request Mr. Bharat Agarwal to felicitate Mr. Parag Satpute. Him being already Puneri. So, the coconut or the Shreefal that we present, it's giving a Shreefal is an auspicious action. It is believed that the coconut actually attracts spiritual waves and then emits back it into the environment. Thank you. Last and finally, I request Dr. Vasudev Gade to felicitate Ms. Preeti Davra, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, if we can have you on the stage. A big round of applause again. Yes. Yes, thank you so much. I request Amol sir to take over.
Thank you, Apurva ma'am, and all the dignitaries. Now we move to the next and most awaited part, that is keynote address by Professor Lam, titled Driving Research and Innovation Through Internationalization of the Triple Helix Framework, an NTU case study. I request dignitaries to please take seats in the front row.
Do later. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Okay. Say hi.
Thank you very much.
So NTU dignitaries have token of appreciation for CII and also VU leadership.
Okay, thanks.
And we take it as appreciation for the entire team that and the delegates. Thank you.
Yeah, how is it not going up? It is forward, right? Can you hear me? Okay, that's good. Okay. So good morning. First, I would like to thank Mr. Agarwal, the president of VU, for inviting me and my colleagues to this important forum. My presentation this morning is on driving research and innovation through internationalization of the triple helix framework and using NTU as an example. Okay. So the presentation outline, first I'll talk about living in Industry 4.0, then NTU strategy for using the triple helix model. Triple helix basically academia working with industry with support from public agency, and that's why we have the triple helix. The strategy, how we can ensure that we meet the expectation of the Singapore government in terms of research, innovation, and enterprise. And finally, some summary on what is the key takeaway. Okay, so living in Industry 4.0, I think all of you know we have the Industry 1.0, and then now we are on cyber physical system, which is Industry 4.0, and very soon moving into Industry 5.0. So even as we are talking about Industry 4.0 now, we are also working with companies now on implementation of some of the Industry 5.0 concept. Okay, and the main takeaway for my presentation is how NTU as a university contribute to Industry 4.0 and 5.0 in the Singapore context. Okay. In Singapore, in NTU, we always like to have algorithm. So our algorithm, or not algorithm, acronym for doing the implementation is through the world concept. Okay. So how NTU can contribute to Industry 4.0 through internationalization of research through the world acronym. Okay. So WORLD. Okay. W basically means the first strategy is to widen academic portfolio. Because when you work with NTU started off as an engineering university, to engage with industry is more than just engineering. We need the science, we need medicine, and we even need social science, business school, and so on. Next, of course, is organizing our talent pool. Singapore is a small country with no natural resources. The only resource which we have is human talent. And for that, we actually welcome foreign talent to Singapore. So how do we organize our talent pool to ensure that the research projects which we undertake with industry will be successful? Then third would be the strategy through using the triple helix framework. And then how we link, L stands for how we link to overseas research organization. And finally, of course, deepening institutional partnership. Okay. Widening academic portfolio. Okay. As I said, NTU started off as an engineering university. Then we start to introduce life science, humanity, mathematics, even the art school. And our last college is actually medicine, which we established way back in 2010, which is a joint partnership between Imperial College and NTU. It's a medical school. The student at the end of the 5 years will get a degree jointly issued by NTU and Imperial College. So for talent, I think it's more than just having courses and so on. We also need to nurture talent in AI and data science, especially now with the push towards digitalization. I think it's very important to push for this. And we started this program 5 years ago. And the first batch of graduates actually will be getting their degree this week from NTU. This is a very important program, AI and data science. I mean, the traditional program is computer science, but we decided why not introduce AI and data science. And very quickly last year, Forbes magazine, sorry, I think there's missing, something is missing here. Okay, never mind. Forbes magazine actually ranked a bachelor degree course in AI and data science, and we were ranked number 3 after Harvard. Okay. And the key thing for our ranking is the strong link to industry. So every student in this bachelor course, they have to spend up to 1 year doing internship at the company. Okay. Organizing of talent pool. Okay. First, we have to get ourselves organized. So the first thing we do is to move from the British system to a P&T system, the North American system. And that's actually a very good system. So we rigorously review all applicants for faculty position in NTU. And then after 6 to 7 years, they go through a rigorous tenure process review. And then we recruit talent at all levels, okay, be it postdocs, be it graduate student, or even undergraduate student. So this is key to our success. Without talent, we cannot execute the research projects which we have. Okay. And some of the things which we have done for the graduate student is, in the past, we have graduate students, PhD students from a few countries. We feel that for research, especially innovation to work, we need to have students from all over the world. And of course, India is one of the key countries where we would like to have more PhD students. So we have the Singapore International Graduate Award, and we also have special scheme where Singaporean and PR can undertake PhD and at the same time they are employee of a company. Okay, so one of the problems which many universities have is getting PhD students in computer science, because the market for computer science now is very, very hot. Okay. So what we have done is we work with our Economic Development Board and company, where the PhD students actually get employed by the company, and they get seconded back to NTU, and they get a salary instead of a stipend. Okay, so they get a salary which is determined by market. And of course, with the salary, they also get the retirement benefit. And we find that this is extremely important if we want to get top bachelor degree graduates to undertake PhD in computer science, in AI, and so on. Okay. And the other thing, of course, is that postdocs are key to success. So we have various schemes, starting with the Wallenberg, which is a Swedish foundation, NTU postdoc fellowships. And of course, we also have the Chris Gopalakrishnan NTU postdoc fellowship. And we do hope that VU and university in India recommend your best PhD graduates to NTU to be appointed as presidential postdocs. This is very key. And one of the key success for industry, in terms of key factor for industry working with university like NTU, is that you have instant access to a wide talent pool. Okay. Not any instant success. If your area is AI and we need more postdocs or PhD, we can always recruit from all over the world. So this talent inflow into a so-called research program is very important and is actually needed by company. Okay. And of course, one of the other things which we have done is through the Alibaba talent program, where, as I mentioned, we have hard time getting PhD student in AI, computer science. Through the Alibaba PhD program, we have actually 2,800 applicants for about 80 positions. So it's extremely competitive, and the student get $6,000 monthly salary. Okay. If you are a PhD student, it's only a stipend of $3,000. So it's almost 100%, and instead of a stipend, it's actually a salary, and of course, salary comes with retirement benefit. Okay. Let me now talk about research strategy under the triple helix framework, which is actually the main focus of my presentation this morning. Okay. As I mentioned, it's very important that university work with company, work with industry. But in the Singapore context, we also need public agency to come in. And in a moment, I'll explain to you why we need the public agency to come in. Okay. So this is the triple helix framework for research collaboration with company. Okay. So NTU, as a university, will work with, say, Rolls-Royce or Hewlett-Packard Inc. as a company, together with a public agency like our Economic Development Board. Okay. Why is this important? Because Hewlett-Packard, or say Rolls-Royce or Global Foundry, they invest a lot in manufacturing in Singapore. And when they invest in Singapore in manufacturing, they work with Singapore Economic Development Board, which is an agency trying to attract them to Singapore to invest. Okay. And to ensure that they continue to invest in Singapore, they retain their investment in Singapore, we need to tell them, or rather encourage them to work with a university like NTU to make sure that the research work done in the corporate lab will support the advanced manufacturing facility of Hewlett-Packard or Rolls-Royce. Okay. And this is basically what I mean by the need to have a triple helix collaboration model, because it's more than just NTU as a university working with a company like Hewlett-Packard. You also need to bring in the public agency to make sure that this so-called partnership works and then meets the need of the government in terms of HP continuing to invest in Singapore, as well as HP doing advanced R&D with a university like NTU. Okay. Just to give you a snapshot of R&D, Singapore, I think, places a lot of emphasis on R&D. Okay. As I said, we do not have, the only resource we have is human capital. We do not have natural resources. Okay. So once we need human resource, we need to have talent from all over the world. Okay, and to do that, of course, the government spent a lot of money in promoting R&D. So we have 5-year science and technology plan. Okay, it started off as S&T plan, but since about 15 years ago, it has been changed from an S&T plan to a RIE plan. R stands for research, I for innovation, and third, the E is for enterprise. Okay, so when we do research, it's more than just the basic research, publishing paper, having citation. We want to have the research leading to good economic outcome for Singapore. And this is through innovation and translational research. And finally, through the translational research and innovation, we also want to help professors, students, and even companies to grow their enterprise. And that's where the E stands for. Okay. And currently, the current plan is about Singapore $25 billion. And NTU as a university, the research office actually operates very much like a company. Every year, myself and my colleague have to present to the Board of Trustees our so-called balance sheet, of financial statement for the past year. So the current, the last FI financial year, which ended 31st March this year, which is the FY21, it is a record year for NTU. We have $660 million of research grant. That's about US $480 million, all won on a competitive basis, of which 20% is from company. So about $120 million of research grant on an annualized basis is attributed to company. And the book value of research contract currently, which we have, is about 1.4 billion Singapore dollars, which is about US $1 billion. So it's quite significant. Okay. So the triple helix model works because in addition to doing applied research, we actually undertake basic research for the company. Okay. I think many company, many in industry or even in university, think that when we work with company, it's just short-term applied research, 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, or 3 years. It's far from it. When we do research translation, say with a company like BMW or a company like Volvo or Siemens, it's not just applied research which they are interested in. They're also interested in the patent creation of IP. And creation of IP, intellectual property, through the filing of patent or know-how, comes about only when you have basic research undertaken by PhD student and postdoc. And that's the key to our success in terms of trying to give the value proposition to the company. Working with a company like Rolls-Royce or Hewlett-Packard, they are very comfortable that over time we will meet their applied research needs. But in addition, we will grow their patent portfolio. And for a company like Hewlett-Packard or Siemens or BMW, it's very important to have a growing patent portfolio. Otherwise, they'll be overtaken by their competitor. So this is very key to the triple helix model, working with company, is that we first focus is on basic research, then followed by translational research. And then after that, hopefully some of the professors and students working on the research program in the corporate lab will be able to spin off or have startup companies. Okay. And these are some of the key partners which we have over the last 10 years, starting with Rolls-Royce. Okay. So Rolls-Royce, this is the aircraft engine manufacturer. They started working with NTU more than 8 years ago. We convinced them, why not we have a corporate lab? Okay. Corporate lab, and they invested for the first phase 5 years, which ended 2 years ago, 75 million Singapore dollars. That's about US $55 million for a 5-year program in the area of electrification of the aircraft engine, which is, I think, very, very important for Rolls-Royce. So they are thinking of new business opportunity for them. And then we are very happy that after 5 years, they extended another 5 years with us. Okay. So when you work with a partner, if after 5 years, after phase 1, they continue to fund you for phase 2, I think this is an indication they find value add working with a university like NTU. So we have corporate lab, joint lab with Rolls-Royce, with Hewlett-Packard, and the latest, of course, is with Continental. Continental, I think many of you know it as a tire company, but it's actually far from a tire company. Actually, what they are working with us is actually on smart mobility. So Continental as a company also now goes into mobility. And the corporate lab was started about a year ago. And it's the reason why they have a corporate lab with NTU, because Continental have a 1,000-man engineering and design center in Singapore. And because of that, they also need R&D support from a university like NTU. And of course, one of the key lab, of course, is with Alibaba, the AI lab in healthcare. Okay. And this is how we deliver technology into the business. So this is our value proposition working with a company. Okay. So every project under the corporate lab will be jointly supervised by a professor from NTU and a scientist, an engineer, or even a business development director or manager from the company. Okay. This joint supervision is very important because when you're talking about the basic research TRL 1 to 3, we need the company input to make sure that some of the work done there before the professor send out for publication, if they think that it's a potential use to the company, they will then follow technology disclosure followed by patent. Okay. Many a time, I think university miss out on opportunity for commercialization because their professors are too eager to publish. Once you publish, your know-how is known and it's impossible to file a patent. So this so-called hand-holding, joint supervision of project from day one is extremely important and is key to success. And so the next question you ask is that, what about the professor? Will the publication be delayed if they have this kind of thing that they need the company to approve before they send out for publication? There's no issue because all our corporate lab, we give company 2 months. Okay. If they cannot decide within 2 months, the default position is that the professor can send out for publication. But if they decide to file a TD followed by patent, then there's just a little bit of wait for the TD to be filed. And then the professor can actually send out their paper for publication. So it's actually a win-win for the company as well as the professor. Now the professor not only have the publication, but they also have potential licensing income if the patent is filed and the company want to take a license out from the corporate lab. And then as we move into TRL 4, 5, 6, and 7, the company will take over and NTU professor would give the technical academic support to make sure that even as you commercialize, as you pull through the technology, there are always some basic research component which our professor or postdocs and our student will give the input or execute the so-called program for them. Okay. Now, let me talk about the L, which is linkages to overseas research organization and industry. It's very important. Singapore is a very small city-state. Okay. We cannot just survive working within Singapore. We need to expand our network out of Singapore. So working with university like VU, working with the IIT, working with Cambridge, MIT, and so on. And also working with leading companies like, say, Continental, Schaeffler, Siemens. This actually very, very important. We cannot be inward looking. We have to look out of Singapore to basically sniff out for opportunities. Okay. So under L, how do we link up with overseas research organization and industry? Okay. So this is through the corporate lab, which I've already mentioned. And you can see that this corporate lab with Hewlett-Packard is extremely important. Okay. So the structure of the corporate lab, and you can see even before I mentioned about structure of corporate lab, when we launched the corporate lab, the CEO of HP actually flew to Singapore to witness the signing ceremony for the launch of the corporate lab. And our Deputy Prime Minister, who is in charge of all the R&D in Singapore, he's the chairman of the National Research Foundation, actually was there as a guest of honor. The corporate lab structure is that the two co-chairmen, the chairperson is the CTO of Hewlett-Packard from the company, and myself as the Senior Vice President of Research. This is very important because when you work with company or actually with any organization, there will always be problems along the way. So you need very high-level support to ensure that when problems arise, it can be solved quickly, resolved very quickly. Okay. So one of the things which our professor had to realize is that no such thing as they can do at their own pace. With a corporate lab, there's always a strategy. And then the next question to ask is, what if they cannot deliver? So the way we do it is that we have projects. So if HP, we start off, say, with 20 projects. Every year, there'll be a review. And if the project did not meet the expectation of the company of NTU, then we have to terminate the project and then have more new projects coming in. Okay? But please be assured that this is not done to the disadvantage of the PhD student. Any PhD student starting a project under any corporate lab, they'll be guaranteed that whatever they are working on, the company in NTU will continue to fund them for the duration of their PhD. Okay. So this is digital manufacturing. And the question you always ask, or I tell my colleagues, is that HP, their lab is actually located in Palo Alto on land leased by Stanford University. But yet HP came to NTU Singapore to actually start a corporate lab with us. And the corporate lab is actually funded at about 80 million Singapore dollars for 5 years. Okay. And the key reason, of course, is we have NTU, we have the good professor, we have access to talent, PhD level, undergraduate level, postdoc, and professor. Okay. But the key thing, which is a key ingredient for success, and that's why NTU is in a unique position, is the HP manufacturing facility is just maybe 20 minutes away. Okay. So when you do manufacturing, it's very important you do the R&D near where the manufacturing is taking place, okay, or near where the engineering design center is taking place. Okay. And this is one of the key reasons why we are very successful, attracting top companies like Hewlett-Packard, Volvo, BMW, Siemens, Global Foundry to NTU, to Singapore. Okay. Next, of course, is with Schaeffler, which is the parent company for Continental. I mentioned about Continental Smart Mobility. So Schaeffler They have a joint lab with us working on smart manufacturing. Okay. So one of the things we realized is that at the start of COVID, myself and my colleague, we were very worried about the research grant. Okay. We actually got a sense that we are going to have a significant drop in research grant, but actually it's far from true. During COVID, we realized that many companies are very interested in digitalization. So actually our research grant increased significantly over the last 3 periods with the heavy investment by the company in digital manufacturing, cybersecurity, and so on. I think this is one advantage for us in terms of we are now able to link up with even more companies. Okay. And recently we have a $50 million grant from the government, Digital Trust Center, where the grant is given to NTU, and we have to promise the funding agency that arising from the $50 million grant, we'll have more funding from company. So there are 2 models. The corporate-led model is NTU negotiate with the company. We have a research plan. The company will put in the funding plus their manpower and so on, their in-kind contribution, and then we execute the project. The other model is we get, say, $50 million from the company, from the government, and we promise the government, the funding agency, that over the next 5 years, we will bring in companies to participate in this joint center. Okay. Of course, this model is more risky, more stressful for myself and my colleague, because we have to promise a good outcome at the end of 5 years. Okay. But you can see we are game to any kind of model, because I think to be successful in research, innovation, and enterprise, you have to accept risk, and you have actually be willing to take risks as well. Okay. And the other, of course, is a Spirit Center, dealing with actually AI and so on. Okay. So one of the key projects for this Spirit Center is they actually work with the Supreme Court of Singapore. There are a lot of insurance claims arising out from traffic accident. Okay. So going through all the past judgment and so on, our professors actually come up with the algorithm to actually tell the judge that based on this scenario, what is the likely payout. Of course, finally, the judge will actually make the decision. Okay. But this is actually very important. Okay. Many cases, accident claim, and I think it's a useful tool for the judiciary to make use of AI, textual kind of algorithm, to actually help them in coming to a decision in terms of a cost associated with a particular accident. Okay. As I mentioned, innovation is very important, startup very important. So our focus is Singapore. Okay. Anything which we develop in NTU, we want a professor to start a company in Singapore. Okay. This is our major funding kind of a principle. But we also realize that Singapore is a small city-state and there are opportunities outside. Okay. So our next model, which we do it on a limited basis, is to take some of the work done in NTU overseas and to see how we can commercialize the research. Okay. And we very much look forward to having the opportunity to do this in India. But we started more than 5 years ago in China, in Guangzhou Knowledge City. So the first model for startup and so on is to do the so-called startup in Singapore. Then, on a limited basis, we'll take the startup overseas. Okay. So we started this in Guangzhou Knowledge City, which is in the province of Guangdong. It has been very, very successful, funded by the Guangdong site. It's almost committed 550 million renminbi core funding. And the whole idea for this is the private sector in China funding some of the work done in NTU. Okay. And as I said, it's a limited basis. So we need to make sure that we do it only for selected areas. Areas where we feel that we can take advantage of the Chinese market. Okay. And we do in 6 areas: life science, health tech, AI, new energy, and then new materials and smart city. Okay. This concept, I think, I would very much like to work with VU and IIT and so on to see how we can take some of the research work done in Singapore and NTU to India. Of course, India, I think I was told it's 1.4 billion population, right? I think the market opportunity for a professor will be very good. So today is actually the start of what I call the connection. And we'd like to make use of this opportunity to link up with the CRI members in Pune. Okay. So finally, deepening institutional partnership through internalization of research. Okay. We do this through joint PhD program, mainly in European countries, and also with the IIT in India, IIT Madras, and also IIT Bombay. Okay. And we also do it through our CREATE framework, where NTU as a university work with the leading universities in the world, like MIT, Berkeley, TU Munich, and Hebrew University. We've been working with Hebrew University for more than 10 years now. The reason why we wanted to very much work with Hebrew University is they are very good in innovation, in research translation. One of their most famous unicorn is actually this company called Mobileye. That's actually for autonomous vehicle. And we feel that working with the Israeli, I think give our professor and our student and postdoc an opportunity to take their idea out of Singapore into Israel. And of course, the link with the university in India, of course, is also for our professor to work with professors in India and students to take their idea out from Singapore into India and from India to the rest of the world. Okay. And some of successful program for this basic research with translational opportunity is with Technical University of Munich, initially working in the mobility area. And then, of course, recently, we even go into food. Okay. So as a university, you must be open to opportunity. You cannot be saying that I'm only working on mobility, so for the next 10, 20 years, I only work on mobility. We need to look at new opportunity, and we have the capacity to do that because NTU, we have 34,000 students, and we have 1,600 faculty members. And from our $660 million research grant, we actually have about 3,500 research positions in NTU. All of the research positions are supported by soft money. Okay, and this is the work which we have done with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Okay, so in summary, based on our triple helix model, our emphasis on applied research and basic research, over a 5-year period from 1st April 2016 to 31st March 2021, the research income for NTU is about 3 billion Singapore dollars, which works out to about 2.2 billion US dollar, all on a competitive basis. And over the last 3-4 years, 20% are from industry through joint lab as well as through corporate lab. And we have 250 industry partners. And one of the key things for NTU, of course, is that NTU is a large campus, and I invite all of you to NTU campus, 200 over hectares, where we use the size of our campus to our advantage, working in the area of smart mobility. Okay. So we are also a university which actually do test bedding, prototyping, and deployment. Okay. Not many universities actually do basic research, translational research, deployment, test bedding, and actually finally the pull through for the work done in NTU to the factory floor. And in spite of working with industry, you can see that our publication quality has actually improved. It's over 3,000 publications, which is an improvement of, I think, about 30% over the NTU 2015 key indicators. As I mentioned at the start of the presentation, our research office is almost run like a company. So in addition to yearly financial report to our trustee, we also have 5-year report. Okay. You ask why we have 5-year report. As I mentioned, the Singapore government, the S&T plan, the research plan, the innovation plan is every 5 years. So the current plan started April 1st, 2021, and will end 2026, 31st March. And the challenge for myself and my colleagues is to continue to make sure that we stay relevant to company. Okay. So always I tell our professor, if you're working in a particular area, over time, like a North American university professor, you must need to make a move. You know, if you, every time you're working on fatigue, after 10 years, maybe you have to move to new areas. Okay. So this is something which we are doing all the time. And we have 275 patents granted, not very good, but we are in the process of making sure that we have more patents granted. And last year was also a very good year for NTU. Our first spin-off company started by a professor actually became a unicorn. That means US $1 billion market capitalization. It's a company, it's called Nanofirm Technology. It was started by a professor 20 years ago. He resigned from the university. He took a license out of NTU. He started his company, and after 20 years, it became a unicorn. So the message is not just that he's successful, that you need to have perseverance if you want to have successful enterprise. 20 years is actually a long time. And when at one of his talk, he mentioned that for a few times during that 20 years, the company almost folded. Okay, so you must always have perseverance when you're starting a company. And when it comes to research, you also must have perseverance. And of course, failure is something which we have to accept. Okay, so we always tell our professor, don't be worried about failure. It's okay to have failure as long as you are prepared to recover and then restart your so-called research career. And in terms of ranking, I think we have done very well. The latest US News and World subject ranking, where we are compared with US University, European University, and Indian University. We are ranked actually #1 in 4 areas: nanoscience, material science, physical chemistry. This ranking is based on bibliometric, like citation, number of patents in top-tier journal, patents, and so on. Not the university ranking, which I actually personally do not believe in, which is more like a beauty contest. Okay, so we have done well, and I think will continue to work with companies under this triple helix framework model, where NTU as a university will work with a company like, say, Hewlett-Packard, together with a public agency. Okay, so that's basically what I have to say in terms of how we work with companies under this triple helix framework. Thank you. There'll be some questions, right? Any questions from the floor? Yeah. I think they need to pass the mic to you.
At the onset,
I can't hear.
hello.
Yeah, I can hear. Thank you.
So excellent presentation. Thank you very much. In your slide, actually, you spoke about the TRL levels and TRL 7, 8, 9, actually. Could you put some more focus on what sort of environment is there in Singapore?
What is that? I can't hear what is the question?
The TRL 7, 8, 9 level, which you showed in your...
Oh, 7, 8, TRL 7, 8.
So what's the sort of, the environment in Singapore? Because that's more critical, actually. And in the triple helix, I think the third helix forms of the government bodies and their policy framework and all those things.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So we work with company through the corporate lab all the way from TRL 1 to 3, then 4, 5, 6. Okay. From 7, 8, 9 onwards, actually the company will take over. Okay. This will be the deployment, prototyping, and so on. We will provide some support, but the primary driver will be the company. Yeah, next.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you so much for a lovely presentation. My name is Karan Bakshi. I represent Michelin Tires, the innovation lab in Pune. I lead the HR function. So very happy to see the Industry Academia Connect what you have, right? And you're being very modest and humble, right? Singapore is one of the most powerful countries, I would say. The only thing which I want to ask you, right, is when you talk about getting people from industry for research, and how are you able to convince them? Let's say AI and data science is the hottest market. People want to work for industry, right? They're getting big fat paychecks. So how do you convince those people to come and do research? Right? Salary is one part, right, which you may want to accommodate. But
Okay.
the difference, how do you accommodate them?
Okay. So I think first part, of course, when you talk about this, the AI part is a PhD student, which we have taken care of already by making them employee of the company, so they get the best of both worlds. They are both an employee, getting paid a salary, competitive salary, and yet at the same time, they do research. Okay. The other second motivation for attracting students, even those who are not under this scheme, just coming in as student, getting a $3,000 stipend, right? The other is the opportunity to work with top companies like NVIDIA, top companies. Okay. And I realized talking to the student now that in the past, when I did my PhD at MIT many years ago, my career aspiration after PhD is to become a lecturer or assistant prof. Okay. And nowadays, many of our students in AI, computer science, they want to work in the private sector. They want to work in industry. They want to work in the bank. First, I think a lot of exciting things in AI are actually happening in the company. Okay, so we use the company as the honeybee to attract students to do PhD in NTU. And of course, we also use the company as a honeybee to attract good postdocs to NTU. So from the exposure working with the NVIDIA, their market value actually rise, having their 3, 4, 5 years in Singapore, in NTU.
Thank you, sir.
So
Good
this is our
strategy.
two strategy.
Good one. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sachin Deshpande. I represent InnoBytes. My question is with relate to you talked about the corporates and the big ones which are in partnership with you. I would like to know because there are disruptive technologies and new startups which are getting and actually they are challenging the big what you call Fortune 500 companies. So I would like to know how NTU is engaging with these new age companies because that is the future.
Okay. So our strategy is still, first we start off with the MNC, with the big boys. Okay. And this honeybee concept is something I very much like. Okay. Using that, say like working with Rolls-Royce, we're actually now working with the supply chain companies, the SME, to try to convince them to work with NTU. One thing I have to be realistic is that actually it's easier to get funding and support from a company like, say, Continental than from a SME, because I think SME, small, medium enterprise, they are very tight. Okay? And sometimes they may only think in terms of 3, 4 years time frame. When you're doing R&D with, say, a university like NTU, it's not just a 3, 4, 5 year time frame, it's also the long term, the medium term. Okay? And this is something which is challenging, but which NTU, I think since about 4 years ago, we are starting to focus. Okay? We realized that a majority of the Singapore company, actually most of Singaporeans are actually hired by SMEs. The MNC form may be a component, but not a significant component. So the next engine for economic growth in Singapore are the SME, but it's challenging, but we are trying our best to work with them. Okay. So what we do is we try to use, say, Siemens, we try to use BMW to try to attract them in terms of putting a business case to them to work with us. That aside, the Singapore government also have very attractive incentive scheme for the SMEs to work with university. Very, very attractive. Okay. You need to, I think financials are very important. I think at the end of the day, it's not just the value proposition in terms of the research, the translation outcome. I think for SME, money is also very tight. So there are financial incentive, co-funding opportunity for the SME to work with NTU. Yes. Okay. That's it, right? Thanks. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so maybe I'll take questions offline during the lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Professor Lam. Professor Lam and entire team would be around the entire day, so feel free to connect with them during tea break and also lunch break. So thank you once again for delivering your keynote address and providing us with your insights based on your rich experience and also exceptional work done at NTU Singapore. There's one announcement regarding roundtable discussions that we have post-lunch. We appeal all the industry delegates to join us for the roundtable discussions, which will be in 4 tracks, sector-wise, post-lunch. And the arrangements would be done in the same hall. Just give us a minute. Now I request Professor Tim White to deliver his presentation titled The Case for University Private Sector Research Partnerships.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here today, and I want to thank Vishwakarma University and the Confederation for Indian Industry for your great hospitality and the way that you have looked after us over the last day. It's been absolutely wonderful. What I want to do in my talk is perhaps add a little bit to Professor Lamb's presentation, in particular talk about the way in which NTU has been structured to accommodate the type of interactions that we have with the private sector, which of course underpin the way that we do business. And the way to do this, if I get, yes, going the right way, the way to go about this perhaps is to think about what is common, what are the common needs between the university and the private sector and companies. And actually there is a lot of commonality. Sometimes it's thought that we have different objectives, but actually we have the same objectives. The first is that we're all time constrained. Whether we're a university and we have to deliver degrees for our students in a given time, whether you're a company needing to develop a new product in a given time, we are all time constrained. So we have to work within that framework. Secondly, of course, we need to control cost. There is a cost to delivering a degree. There is a cost that can be borne to a company to develop a new product. And of course, you have to be concerned about your profit and loss. And as Professor Lamb indicated, the way that we operate in NTU, we are also evaluated on our success in bringing in research funding, whether that be through the government or directly through industry. And finally, of course, quality is everything. If we don't have excellent quality in our graduates, we don't have excellent quality in our products, we will fail. So we should begin from this perspective that we have a lot in common. Therefore, we should be able to work together. Now, how do we make this a situation where we can do a lot together? The first, of course, and it's already been mentioned on several occasions, is having layered perspectives. Having different perspectives on the same problem automatically brings value. It brings new solutions. It allows us to discover new ways of doing things which may be faster or more economical. The other thing is, of course, it should not be business as usual. Whether we are a university struggling with the changes that have come from COVID and even before to deliver education, to deliver graduates which are relevant, or whether it's a company trying to maintain your business in a rapidly changing ecosystem, we have the same issue. We have to prioritise how we're going to continuously show innovation and go beyond best practice, which in some senses is a stagnation. And finally, what is the trade-off? How does it work? So when we think about a company, all companies have a limited resource. And for the universities, we have to deliver graduates which are useful for you. So the trade-off is if the companies step up, if they help train the graduates through mentorships, if they help fund graduates, then this satisfies everyone and we can get much more quickly to newer technologies and, of course, fully trained manpower. So at a practical level, how do we do this in NTU? The first is speed dating. The success that we've had at NTU comes about because we consult carefully with our company partners. And that means that we really have to define the scope of the work carefully. And as you saw in Professor Lamb's presentation, whether they're corporate laboratories or even, smaller joint laboratory partnerships, we have a clearly defined set of objectives that we want to achieve. Of course, it is research. Those objectives may or may not be met. If we knew what the outcome was going to be from the beginning, it would not be research. So we have to allow for the fact that we may have to change course. But I would simply say this, that even if we don't get to a new product, there is already a gain for the company because you will have manpower trained and familiar with your company already. So there is a win there built in to a properly designed joint program from the beginning. And I always say that having the companies having a physical presence on campus also gives a distinct advantage because it means that the companies can look down into the university to see what discoveries are coming out. It allows our professors to look into the company to understand its corporate culture. It allows our students to be interns and attached to the company. Therefore, they become potential future employees for the company. So this allows things to work, I think, very successfully. So if we think about the common goals that we have, we talk about fast learning and fast failing. And I've heard that several times this morning, this idea that you have to get to an endpoint. But failure does not have to be failure in an absolute sense. Failure is a learning exercise because you can adjust your direction. And the other thing that actually happens when you create a partnership with a university is you're de-risking your risky activities. It means that the students are going to be doing the more risky work. It means that at the end of the day, you will have something which may be worth a lot of money to the company, or at the very least, you have explored new avenues to proceed. So I think that this is the dynamic that we really want to get to when we interact with the private sector. I've spoken about some of these, this operationalization of university private sector partnerships. But it is this practice of accelerating discovery. This is very important. And then tying that to innovation, tying that to deployment. So as a university at NTU, we don't often speak about research projects. We speak about research programs. So that means if we're in the area of artificial intelligence, machine learning, we want to have some professors very much involved with fundamental research. We want to have some professors looking at taking those ideas into an applied setting. And then we want to have some professors working closely with the companies to actually deliver a product. So we need that continuous pipeline of activities. If we have a hole in the pipe anywhere, we may not capture value. We may not develop the impact that we want to have. So this is very important to think this through and deploy sufficient resources to allow there to be value capture, to have economic good, to have societal good at the end. Mobility is key. It doesn't matter what we do. Of course, it's the people that matter. And we've already heard several times the ability to move people around. And Vishwakarma University, of course, is working towards having its students spend time in Singapore and elsewhere at NTU. But for our students, 80% of our undergraduates spend time overseas before they graduate. So having this international perspective is extremely important to the success. Again, if we look about the shared rewards at the end of this list, Prof. Lam has already spoken about this, but we create an ecosystem where everybody will win. This is very important. And I think it's not so difficult to do, providing we set up everything well at the front in terms of how we manage the IP, developing the scope of the programs properly, making sure we have a sustainable model to allow the program to continue. The other thing that I'd like to emphasize is that I suspect some of you have a preconceived idea of what a university is like in terms of the way that it interacts with companies in the private sector. And you possibly have this notion of creative collaboration. We see that as the traditional university model. Creative collaboration is basically where all the profs go off and do their own thing. And that's fine. You know, they should be allowed to do their own thing. There should be a source of ideas and inspiration from the universities. But that doesn't always fit well with the objectives of the private sector. Because even though profs might develop some good IP, they haven't got any pathway to the market. So what we work towards in NTU is what we call constructive collaboration, where we develop jointly with the company partner, with the private sector, the work that we have to do together. And of course, we work out all of the IP issues at the beginning. We have a clear market that we're targeting for this work. And so, as Prof. Lam said, this is pulling the ideas out into the market. You need a mix of these models, of course, but increasingly what we see is that the constructive collaborative model is of benefit not only to the companies, but also of benefit to our professors as well. So I want to speak a little bit about how NTU fits into the scheme of things in Singapore. And, you know, when we speak about nation building in Singapore, we mean this in an absolutely literal sense. Singapore is now 35% larger in terms of its land area than it was at the end of World War II. So maybe not all of you are aware of this, but we're a very small country. So the way that we use land is very important. And I want to demonstrate how NTU has worked together in these nation building processes. Of course, many of you will have landed at Changi Airport, and for a small country, connection is everything. We're a globally outward-facing country, but we're a small country, therefore connectivity is everything. And of course, one of the first major infrastructure projects for Singapore was to develop Changi Airport, and that's an ongoing process. We're now up to Terminal 5. But we had to have that connectivity. Second area that we had to be concerned about was the strategic use of water. Now, you might think that water is everywhere in Singapore, right? It rains a lot in Singapore. How could we have a problem with water? We have a problem because there's not very much catchment as a small country. And if you fly into Singapore, you see a lot of golf courses. Partly this is because Singaporeans like golf, but practically it's because we have to protect catchment for the reservoirs that we have. So how do we manage water? And then, of course, the latest development is the next generation port, which is on the western side of Singapore, which is going to be a largely electric port. So this is where we really are. Now, how does NTU fit into these national objectives? So I need to speak a little bit about the broad structure of NTU. It's essentially a matrix structure. The verticals of the matrix are your traditional colleges and schools. The horizontals are these pan-university institutes. And we have probably now about 20 of these. So one of those pan-university institutes is the Air Traffic Management Institute, which played an important role and continues to play an important role in improving air traffic management of both ground movements and also air movements, because Changi is a very busy airport. Of course, COVID slowed it down a bit, but it's coming back. But we get funded directly by the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. We work closely with companies who manufacture goods for them. And so this is a way that we can actually contribute directly to the economy of Singapore. Also, those graduates who are getting trained in these uses of AI, machine learning, of course, they readily get employed. So this is one way in which we can do this. If we talk about water, and of course, water has been a major concern for Singapore since I moved there. So I arrived in Singapore in 1995 to join the Environmental Technology Institute. Water was the key focus in those days. But we have, of course, developed desalination processes. We recycle a lot of the water from the fabrication plants, the semicon fabrication plants and so forth. And increasingly, water is something that we have to be concerned about, the quality of water and also the amount of water. And for that, we developed this NURI, which is a Nanyang Environment and Water Research Institute, one of these larger pan-university institutes, which has about 300 or 400 people inside. But I also want to emphasize one other point. These larger pan-university institutes have an extra layer of personnel inside, which you don't always find in university. These are the business development managers. These are the people who tie together the professorial research with the needs of the company. So we have that extra layer of glue to make sure that things work very well. And then finally, I just mentioned the Energy Research Institute, again, one of our larger institutes. And I just give one example of how the Energy Research Institute has contributed to Singapore. Perhaps not all of you are aware that Hyundai is going to be building electric vehicles in Singapore. So you have to ask, why does that happen? Surely there are cheaper places in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, to do this, Thailand, Vietnam. Why do they come to Singapore? They come to Singapore partly because, of course, the incentives that are provided by the Economic Development Board, but NTU plays an important role because we've been working on advanced battery systems, electric drivetrains and so forth for probably about 15 years. And you'll be hearing some more about this, but the thing is that we can guarantee supply of good manpower. So that is the contribution that NTU makes towards that. And if we look at the outcomes of this, of course, the passenger movements at Changi Airport grew. They crashed, but they should be back to about 80% by the end of this year, and then will continue to grow. Water consumption continues to decline, again, making best use of the resources we have. And it's the last graph I do want to emphasise. It's already been mentioned. We're often asked, how do you get your professors to be involved in research which is applied? And I think many of you are familiar with the cliche that managing professors is like herding cats, right? You can't get it to work very well. But there is a clear benefit for the professors. I just draw your attention to the citations, the orange part of this bar graph. You can see the citations continue to rise. So it's not that the interaction with industry actually detracts from basic research, it enhances basic research, and it allows us to get greater recognition for the university. And of course, it benefits the company as well, who are seen as leaders in their field. So there is very much a virtuous relationship between company engagement and academic activity. And of course, this then feeds in to not only our undergraduate, but our postgraduate programs as well. So again, correctly constructed, well thought out university private sector engagements work extremely well. The other thing that's already been mentioned are the 5-year plans in Singapore. So the 5-year research innovation plans, science technology plans, they began in 1991. And over the past few cycles of these plans, NTU has developed its own 5-year plan to go along with this. So the 5-year plans do not come out of thin air. Usually there's a period of discussion which lasts anywhere from 1.5 to 2 years, and this involves government, university, private sector, government agencies and so forth. So once the 5-year plans come, there are really no surprises. Historically, the 5-year plans that NTU develops have really focused on STEM areas. For the first time, the current 5-year plan, NTU 2025, pairs STEM and non-STEM areas, or as we prefer to call them, following the UK Academy, we call them SHAPE areas, which is social sciences, humanities and arts for people and the economy. So we all know that developing a product is not enough. You have to have customer acceptance of that product. And I think, a perfect recent example of where there has been some disconnect are the COVID vaccines, where the COVID vaccines, I think, are brilliant, but many people would not take them. There was no trust. So we have to work together. So I won't take you through this whole pinwheel, but perhaps if you just focus on the SHAPE and the STEM pairing at about 11 o'clock. The STEM activity is future of industry, Industry 4.0. The SHAPE equivalent is leadership and disruption. How do you manage this? How do you get workers to be convinced that they're not losing their job to a robot? How do you deal with the fact that artificial intelligence might be intrusive? These are important. So in every case, we are putting this pairing together. And if we want to attack the grand challenges that face the world, and these are shown in the central part of the diagram, and they are what you would expect. They involve the environment, climate change, ageing, and so forth. If you want to attack these big global challenges, it has to be interdisciplinary. We have to have all parts of the university working together. And alongside this planning, we've created new institutes in the last couple of years. One of these is the NTU Institute for Science and Technology for Humanities, specifically looking to make sure that technology has a human face. This is very important. You've already heard Prof. Lam speak about the triple helix, and I just express this or extend his description very slightly. We use the triple helix model to inform how we plan in NTU. And so if you look at the central part of this diagram, we have the triple helix, and around it, we have the 5 tactics, the 5 areas that we have to work on. The most basic one, of course, is developing talent. NTU has to be open to the world, and around about 68% of our professors come from outside Singapore. That's a function, of course, of the fact that we're only a population of 5 million or so in Singapore. So we have to have strategic hiring, and sometimes we don't necessarily hire just an individual professor, although we do hire star professors. We're always thinking about how do we hire a critical mass of professors in particular areas. So we have to be very strategic in our hiring. Of course, this helps us secure funding, so we're positioning ourselves to make use of fundings which are available in national schemes. Increasingly, that funding is driven through impact, is driven through the need to interact with the private sector. We need to have the appropriate infrastructure. Some of that Prof. Lam has already spoken about. I'll give you 1 or 2 more examples in a moment. But being able to use the university as a university campus as a test bed is critical to that. In terms of creating partnerships, it has to be shared risk and shared benefit. And finally, of course, we want to capture value at the end, which means we have to manage IP and other arrangements very carefully. So I mentioned already the pipeline of activity in NTU. So we go all the way from fundamental research through to these corporate laboratories. So we're fortunate that in Singapore, there are various funding schemes which cover basic research, which come mainly through the Ministry of Education. We have somewhere in between applied research, which comes through the National Research Foundation. And then we have, for example, SGE Singapore, which looks at small, medium-sized enterprise funding and so forth. So we have a variety of schemes that we can use to help companies leverage and get into their partnership with NTU. And at the heart of this, as I've already mentioned, we have the Pan-University Institutes, which are the glue that ties all this together. These are some of the larger technology demonstrators. Prof. Lam has already mentioned some of these. The Renewable Energy Integration Demonstrator, this is on an island south of Singapore called Semakau. One of the things as a university that we leverage on is that if you look around the globe, how many research-intensive universities can you think of at the equator? We're 1 degree north of the equator. There are very few research-intensive universities in the tropics. So we can leverage on that. Many of the companies who work in REITs come from Europe. So the energy technologies, the environmental technologies, the water treatment technologies that they develop are for temperate climates. They do not necessarily work very well in the tropics. So we can use that as a point of differentiation for NTU to bring the companies in. If we look at Citron, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that, so I don't want to say too much, this is a partnership with the Land Transport Authority where we have our autonomous vehicle test track. This is very important. It acts, as KY said, honey to bring in the companies like Volvo who want to get their electric autonomous buses into the Singapore marketplace. This is where the legislation is being, the underlying technical issues that would support the legislation to allow autonomous vehicles to run in Singapore is coming through this. And finally, we have a waste-to-energy plant, which is together with the National Environment Agency of Singapore. But again, how do we convert waste? Because we incinerate everything in Singapore. There's not much landfill of raw waste. It's all incinerated. How do we make good use of that ash, for example? So my final slide, and now I have to put on my hat as Vice President for International Engagement. How do we see NTU fitting together, not only, of course, with partners inside Singapore, but around the world? So we like to talk about a fabric of international engagement. What should that fabric be like? It should be a colourful fabric. which is to say it's diverse. It has to be diverse in terms of where people come from. It has to be diverse in terms of using multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches. It then also has to be a strong fabric. We don't want it to tear apart. It can be strong if we join forces and work together to create new solutions to old problems and also recognise problems and challenges before they come up. And what we really want to do, and I think this is where the discussion is from the point of view of NTU, we want to change our students into global citizens. So finding avenues to allow our students to spend some time in India is for the good of those students. They will learn what is the nature of business and industry, what is it like to work in India. This is very important. For our early career researchers, so this might be our postdoctoral fellows, our research fellows, they need to become strategic thinkers. So we want them to think outside the confines of their narrow discipline. How will they change their ideas into something which has impact? And finally, we have a lot of talented faculty in our university. How can they get their ideas out into the world, out into the marketplace more effectively? And the right-hand side of this graphic is talking about how do we capture value. And again, when we think about working with industry, this is a key way that we are able to capture value. So that's really all I have here. But certainly NTU had a very rapid rise in terms of its rankings, but the rankings tell only part of the story. That rapid rise has come about because we are relevant. We try to be relevant all of the time. We work hard at being relevant, and we want to see our research converted into something which has value. And that value can be, manifold. It can be economic, but it should be also good for society. It should be good for the world. So that's where we are. I really look forward to having further discussions with you for the remainder of the day, and I hope that in due course we can welcome many of you to visit our campus at NTU. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I know we're running late, but if there are any questions, I maybe can entertain one or two. What?
Professor White, good morning. I'm Shrikant Dev from Reliance Industries. So yours and Professor Lam's presentation seen most of the European and US companies having their corporate centers in NTU. Any example of Indian industries approaching NTU and trying to set up their centers at NTU?
Should I let KY answer? No, he's all right for me to do that. Okay. Let me give you the short answer. We should discuss separately. The short answer is we don't have any of the large engagements that you have seen with our European, UK, US colleagues. There are, of course, engagements, professor to professor, lower level, school to company. But again, I think it boils down to impact. I think they're useful to have these lower level engagements because they allow people to get to know each other. But ultimately, if you want to have impact, you do have to have some larger engagement. So I think this is something to think about. The other point perhaps to make, which I think has not been mentioned very much yet, is that sometimes consortia work well. So rather than just having engagement with a single Indian company, I don't know, I'm making this up as I go along, can the Confederation of Indian Industry actually create a small consortia of companies with a common need, which could come together to NTU?
Absolutely, and someone like Subra Suresh heading NTU, we look forward to more collaborative efforts between India and NTU.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Team, for perspective on the case for university and private sector partnerships, and also I think helping us with more ideas and frameworks on how this can be done effectively. And now I think we have much better clarity of how possibly we could move forward with collaborations for creating value, for shared value rather, for all the parties. Moving on, now I request Professor Siddharth Zabde, Vice Chancellor, Vishwakarma University, to give us insights into collaboration or collaborative work success stories from India and some of those from Pune as well. Yeah, over to you, sir.
As he's trying to get connected. Yeah. Very welcome to all this, and we have seen success story of NTU Singapore, and very glad to have Senior Vice President Professor Lam, who is the architect of this entire part in terms of corporate lab and all. Vishwakarma University is a young university we founded just 5 years ago, though the group is 40 years old with our brand flagship institutes, VIT. We are trying to work through with the learnings, of course, so we are following the footsteps. And the way I would like to put it, Connectomics, this philosophy, Connectomics is essentially a neuroscience term, connecting brain, connecting people. And as university, we founded as a research incentive university, inspired by the universities such as NTU, where the research and innovation work with industries, solve real life problems, and then integrate it in the academia so that we have students who are well prepared, who are practical, who are pragmatic. And this entire process is where we start working with industry, and the idea is help in creating the ecosystem. I am using word Vishwakarma University, of course it can be NTU also, their part, but how do we work with industry and university to prepare work with the TRL 7, like Technology Readiness 7, Operational Environment Testing. I must say here, there are many industry institute, collaboration industry institute symposiums, and that are there with respect to curriculum, how outdated curriculum is, how they are there. But it seems to be the first time we are trying to attempt to pitch to the industry and with NTU that we are here, that we work together to solve the real life problem with a business-led research. And that's where the idea is, because that's where we see as a university and all our part to contribute in the knowledge generation. If we look at this, now this is a mission for Vishwakarma University. We look at the national innovation system because we have to have global, it's a mission for us. And these are various conduits, as Prof. Lam has already said, these triple helix, industry, academia, government. But in India, one more part is social institution is also important, like CII there. Then cultural parts, NGOs. This part finds one of most important. But all those four are brick and mortar, right? With only 1.4 billion people, public socialization of technology is also important, and people are fluid, they connect. And that's where we are all here to connect with each other, understand from NTU, understand from VU, understand the mind of the industry, and try to figure out how we can work together in a way that will help industry, that will help our country to build our innovation capacity. And when we say innovation capacity, as rightly said, in India, the manufacturing has been only 16%. The service sector has been more than 54%. We want to go to from 16% to maybe 25% to hit the 5 trillion economy. And that's where a capital of applied knowledge and human capital is very important. That's where we see VU as part of it. Of course, it is not only for VU, it is for this region, for other universities and industry together. And I have to be very honest with you, this is the first of its kind, our attempt to reach out to industry, saying that here we are as Vishwakarma University, and of course the giants, I must say NTU, that can we think of working together on solving your real life problem on a research program on a long-term basis where we can really value add in terms of gaining the competitive advantage for the industry as well as prepare trained, well-groomed manpower in collaboration. And that's where in the national mission we say we are part of the inclusive innovation capacity, productivity and competitiveness. The objective of this has been going on for a long time, we have almost 10 years long collaboration with NTU Singapore. I must thank Professor Chaudhary who has enabled, NTU and India together. And if I may say, our Honorable Prime Minister had been to NTU convocation, right, before he even went to IITs. And thanks to Professor Chaudhary, Professor K.Y. Lam, all them, and also the hackathon that was conducted in IIT Madras, where Prime Minister was there. So we have that part as the NTU collaboration, where we used to send students, and still we send students to NTU. And when we realize when students go there, they come up with different perspective. Then we said, now how do we go to the next? And that's where this slide is, and the objective of this mission. This is the starting point. How do we sensitize industry? Because again, with the industry and in India, working very closely with academia is something not that common. Therefore, how do we connect with the network with industry and create this progressive connectomics platform? As Professor Lam said, how do we work with the basic and translational research for competitive advantage and create this knowledge transfer ecosystem and try to create an entire ecosystem? Now, it might be the question there because all the numbers are huge, $50 million, $80 million, $100 million and all. How do we start and where do we start? So it is not about the number of $1 million, it is about the starting, the first baby step and trying to attempt. And that's where in the morning meeting, very well stated question, what is the role of VU, Vishwakarma University in all this NTU is doing. So we are enablers, we are also attempting to solve industry problems. A few examples I will show you. But then that's where if we start with this ecosystem, even with the first intent of working together and creating this platform, it will grow. And rightly said by Mr. Dev, how many are this collaboration and what are the success stories from India? So as team said, there are so not big one, but here this is the starting and these minds sitting out here, we can be inspired and at least we can think of and start. And that's where the role of VU is trying to bring NTU here through our collaboration, trying to have established dialogue with industry, understand the mind of the industry and try to figure out how we can move forward together in the interest of our country, in the interest of our students and all our entire society. So that's where we want to create this entire ecosystem through this. Industry academia already stated, but just again saying all those universities are already hard pressed on teaching, research, training, knowledge creation. But as we say, industry is all about profit, competitive advantage, product development and all. How do we create this intersection of this set in the Indian context and try to work out so that we have meaningful innovation for industry? And meaningful innovation means it is deliverable based, it has milestones, it has time frames, it has IP generation. I am personally qualified patent attorney at the Indian Patent Office and I've drafted more than 300 plus patents and work with many industries. I know for sure what is required as the industry and what are the, as Mr. Bharat Agarwal in the morning said, what is that about the academia part? How do we work together? And my appeal to all of you as the CII and industries, this is the beginning. So we are trying to work on this and then we will work together and make it a success story. Therefore, not necessarily Alibabas of the world and BMWs. So we will have Reliances and Tatas and Mahindras and so many industries coming up with this success, right? So that's where we say, so in Vishwakarma University in last 5 years, I must say, we worked on the Center of Excellence and we call it as Transdisciplinary Center, which is again inspired by learnings from NTU. We say transdisciplinary because it is transcending the disciplines, because the real life problem is discipline agnostic. And we work it as a concept of industry on campus. We have invited industry on campus. We solve the technical problem with the multidisciplinary teams. As said, the students come from different diverse disciplines and they work on a real life problem. And it's not the problem that we think is a problem, but the problem posed by industry. And I will give you one example. Mr. Watwe is there from Managing Director of Vilo Mather and Platt. So we have a Center of Excellence. I will come to that. And we work with the real life problem and solve with multidisciplinary teams. And then work on technology adaptation, development, all like technology readiness level 7, because up to 3 is generally faculty is very comfortable, but then once it goes beyond that, you need really hand-holding and push. And that's where, again, working with industry together. Very importantly, what we have done is we have integrated the entire patent search process, because we know 70 to 80% knowledge on this planet, technology, is only captured in patents and not in other data, in any other literature. So we work on a very systematic patent search, patent landscaping, matrix mapping, and also freedom to operate, so that industry would know in the beginning whether are they infringing, whether it is novel, whether it is inventive. And again, as Professor Lam said, naturally professors are judged by their citations and their publications. How do we hold the publications? Because it is a very famous saying that publish and perish, but protect and prosper. If you protect patent, and then you can prosper. So that part is well integrated through this patent search process and all those. Then we follow technology readiness levels, and then this is all integrated, as Mr. Bharat Agarwal said in the morning, as the internship where students work on these projects, real life projects, and work it through. And again, campus is, we have 16, 17 campuses. The campus is used as living laboratory, again inspired by NTU. We have this learning and we should thank them for all. In Pune, we are trying to work on this model, and then these are our collaborative centers with, there are different parts. I will not get into those details, with companies and also with some knowledge partners like SUNY Binghamton, State University of New York at Binghamton. One of those centers is Vilo Vishwakarma University Water Center of Excellence, that is funded by Vilo Foundation, Germany. And I must thank Mr. Hemant Watwe again, Managing Director, Vilo. So they funded a laboratory for water quality testing. And then we have developed collaboratively a technology for the vertical sewage treatment plant. So this is actually the picture at on our campus, and it is at TRL 7, and it is ready for deployment. In fact, there is a separate session by Mr. Watwe, and he will be narrating rather than me telling how industry. So we thought, let industry representation convey how this has worked together. And there is joint IP filing and also. That is where our attempt is there, and we may say it is a kind of a success story. And again, it's a solution that is being provided. Another part is we have collaborative center with State University of New York at Binghamton. Earlier, we also used to have National Science Foundation Energy Smart Electronics Center funded by NSF. And now this another center is with Design Thinking and Innovation Center. So I must say these centers again operate like a corporate where there is a strategy. You may say like this: building capacity, applied real world problems. This center is headed by Professor Kailas Patil, who is here. And again, it's working with SUNY Binghamton, Professor Mike Testani from there, Kailas Patil here. We work together and we work with industry to again solve their problems. Again, the idea is translational research and innovation for industry. And also not to forget the capacity development, build capacity, because just technology is not sufficient. Technology is always innocent. People make it or people break it. So we need right part. And you will see also impact on the society and also funding all those. So that is also another part. I will give you one. So this is design thinking process that they follow. One example of Vilo, again, we have taken one case study, this Vilo water purifier. Yet again with Mr. Watway, we have developed right from first scratch up to entire development through our students. These are all phases. All of you are knowledge, you know all those parts of this entire design thinking process. Importantly, we are just 5-year-old university. We are though 140 plus PhDs. We have undergraduates, strong undergraduate students, and all our undergraduate students right from art and design, then psychology, commerce and management, science and technology, they have worked together to develop this right from first scratch up to the entire part in collaboration with VILO, in collaboration with the experts from VILO, using all these right from user persona, material, all those market study. And also when we work on technology readiness level, then customer readiness level, market readiness level, funding readiness level, and human resource readiness level, all those parts in the entire part of this. So this I'm just giving some of the sketches as the process part our students went through, and this is another. There is rendering 3D. This water purifier is called Bundiram. Bund is the Indian. It's a droplet. Bund, and Bundiram is a character that is developed, and this entire it reflects the shape reflects the Bund, the droplet, and it is kind of interactive part with this. The characterizing features of this is it uses thermoelectric means for heated and cooled water, right? And this entire product has the first phase, right, Mr. Watto, it is already deployed, and then it is being developed as the next versions in this. The entire process has been in Vishwakarma University in collaboration with VILO through the Design Thinking Center of Excellence. Another landmark project is a Smart Gram housing program that is with the President of India, and industry collaboration is Prashak Techno Enterprises. So this technology was developed in Asian Institute of Technology. I was Director of Innovation in Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, which is intergovernmental and international organization. And this is a appropriate housing using local soil. One can build entire house with the local skill. I'm very proud to say that this entire project is accepted and granted to this nation by then President Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. And importantly, this entire housing complex is built. You will see this on the President Estate in Dehradun. So it is not like in conventional academia. It is said, okay. Great reports and all those. So this project is actually, there is a complex built in the President of India office, means estate in Dehradun. They have estate in Delhi and Dehradun. And this entire part is now taken over as the President Office project as Smart Gram. Gram means Tim and Professor Kevalam village, so smart village. And 100 villages are adopted by the PSUs and it is being deployed. The first is Daula village. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it has stopped. And this is with Vishwakarma University we have done. I'm the co-inventor and our other faculty members have been part of it. This entire patent filing strategy, innovation strategy is developed by Vishwakarma University in collaboration with Prashak Techno Enterprises, led by Dr. Praful Naik. So this is another, as a national level project that we can say so. So this also has this is a recipient of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs Affordable Sustainable Housing Accelerators ASHA Award at the hands of Honorable Prime Minister as one of the topmost housing technologies in India recently. So Prashak got this. So we are of course their knowledge partners and technology partners. You will see this two pictures. It has also passive sanitation system because in India rural sector electricity is a challenge. So this is a wetland system. It's a passive system. So this entire project is green. It uses local soil, local skill available. It empowers the local community, and that's how it is integrated, inclusive innovation, having appropriate, affordable, accessible, correct technology features, which is required for India. Another part is we have we started this first all with SAP I360 student innovation part. As a center, and thanks to Mr. Neeraj Atle, then Vice President SAP that time. And we are glad that our students could hit Z Business Award with their idea, and we had a lot of learning on how to take idea to impact there, and then which we use in our centers. So they got this award out there. And some of those projects, I think Kunal Agarwal, I'm not sure he is there today, but then it led to their startup. So MISA, it's a digital automated hospitality. Importantly, though not at the NTU scale, we make sure that we have all the patent filing, and as a policy of Vishwakarma University, we fund all the patenting process, filing process and drafting. I am myself involved along with Professor Patil in terms of this, the entire technology, landscaping and patent application filing. And they have started their own startup out there. So this is just a quick part. Of course, Mr. Vatwe will speak about this collaboration vertical sewage treatment plant. Neeraj will speak about our I-360 part, of course. And all this, again, I will conclude as an epilogue of this. So this entire mission for us, in collaboration with NTU, what we started here with, is to bring in Indian academia in new avatar. Because otherwise, conventionally is we reach out to you with HR managers, please give us job, correct, for placement or for this, correct. But at least as the knowledge partners, explore us as knowledge partners, technology partners, where working together we can really create value. And these ideas that are nurtured in company can be converted into tangible, correct, which will add competitive advantage. Because in academia, we always said we fail first but fail fast in innovation. And failing is not the great cost in view of the academia, because we have young minds who are not doped with the specializations they can create. And that safe network of failing first but failing fast, then exploring new ideas and then taking it further and working with industry, that's the objective. That's where we will also have our students work together, and that's where, as the country, we will be known to develop products rather than provide merely services. And that's our passion as all of us Indians. How do we develop our own products, our own solutions, innovative, and add with IP and inclusive innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us perspective on creating right ecosystem for business-led research at universities, project-based learning for students, and also faculty capacity building through real-life problem solving. We also thank Professor Kailas Patil and other officers and deans who have contributed to this whole work that is presented today. Some of them are present here, and I think they would love to connect with you for respective aspects. Overall, apologies for the delay. We hope that it is worth it, because it's deliberation, sometimes there's a delay. So it's time for a quick tea break. We plan to restart in about 10 minutes so that we avoid further delay for lunch. So that's a request, and thank you, everybody.
you in this great gathering, and of course a warm welcome to all those who are watching us on live stream, on video, and any other channels that are there. Requesting all the panel members to come up on stage, starting with Mr. Saurabh Anand, Global Head for Digital Transformations, PLM and Innovations at Tata Technologies. I'd also like to invite Milind Joshi from the Research and Development Facilities at Forbes Marshall. Requesting Umid to also come on stage. Umid comes from Extensia. He's the CEO. Requesting Rajiv Jha to come up on stage, who's the General Manager at Sandvik Coromant. And finally, Mr. Venkatesh R., who's the Managing Director at Vatsila India Private Limited. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being with us and sharing the stage and sharing your ideas today. Today is an interesting day. I think 18th July stands for, I think it was the first day, it was the day when the first satellite was launched by ISRO in space by the satellite launch vehicle in, I guess, 1980. It's interestingly also the day when Madras University and Mumbai University were formed in 1857. So quite an interesting day and a very interesting audience too. Let me start with Anant. So Anant, of course, comes from Tata Technologies. He's passionate about leveraging technology, strategies, and relationships to develop innovative solutions. He has successfully developed technology roadmaps and designed innovative solutions to realize business value. As Tata Technologies engages with industry around the world, my first question to you, Saurabh, is if I look at the way Tata Technologies engages with several industry segments, you'll be toggling lucidly between the physical world and the digital world, offering solutions which are a lot more hybrid than ever before. So what sort of challenges do you get to solve? I mean, industry throws different kinds of challenges at you, so as Tata Technologies. So what kind of challenges do you encounter these days, and how do you engage with them? That answer will give an idea to several other people from academia as to what talent is needed to handle these kind of questions. Hence this ask.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Can we have the mic on?
Hello. Check. Hello, check. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Neeraj. So I think if we have to look from where one side we talk about a lot of fundamental research where we build something, where every generation comes to follow. But in the industry and area that we work, where we have to help business to really realize the potential. So in that regard, I think the speed of change and scale of innovation that we have to bring in for the real benefit of our business user, I think that's the toughest part. We might be fascinated by AI, ML, cloud, AR, VR, but at the ground level, the grassroots level, who is the business user who want to do their work and they want to get benefited, it's still, you can say, it's not much in very focus, where we have to focus on that. So from my perspective, even what we give a lot of weightage and focus is that getting into understanding of those business use cases so that we can understand the essence of what exactly is needed. We all talk about and get fascinated about the new technology that are getting launched, but how much we are sensible about how it will get adopted without disturbance. So these aspects, that's why I would like to say that where we try to innovate, we try to remove the obsession from technology, and we want to bring the passion to realize the true potential that is meant for. And you will not believe, even we do a small thing and connected things, which can really help the business processes and the different function and help them to collaborate by using this technology, that brings a lot of potential for a real benefit of technology that we see. And that's why I think the mindset and the approach that we have to do from my perspective on the innovation and research is that top down is okay when we have a strategy and action, but we have to get into the bottom at the grassroots level, at the every project level, and get involved there what is needed. Because today we are living in the world where requirement is not defined by the customer. Even in car, if 150 features is coming, 100 features even we don't know that we need. But companies are telling, hey customer, you need this thing. So we have to have innovation, even definition that what will be our imagination that will help or made our life easier. So even my perspective is that why not even we can bring innovation that we can define our own world, how we are going to live with. And with the change of the speed of the change of the way that's happening around us, that's impact everywhere. And especially for manufacturing industry, when they have to use technology, we have to be quite cognizant and sensible that yes, let us make those small bit of pieces, connect those like a Lego brick and make the entire world that we are all striving for. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think providing a solution to a customer depends on what the customer really wants. And as Tata Technologies, I think they do a great job at understanding that. In fact, some of the projects that we did in the innovation lab for an automotive company in Pune was what would be the future of a car. And you'll be amazed at the kind of inputs we got from students. An interesting input we got was they said, we work from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, so give me a place to change my clothes and hit the party directly instead of going home. So I need a car where I can change my clothes. Amazing requirement, So when you engage with academia, you also get to explore newer ideas. Coming to you, Milind, you are of course an experienced management member working in steam engineering, manufacturing and industrial automation. You are a part of the research and development facility at Forbes Marshall. You have a tremendous experience, and while you are a mechanical engineer, interestingly from Vishwakarma University, I'm sure over the years you've transcended different streams, and now you get to work on problems that are beyond just mechanical. So my first question to you would be, have you had a chance to engage with academia from your Forbes Marshall days, and what's been your experience, what's worked, where do you really see value?
Yeah, thanks Neeraj, and thank you CA and everybody for inviting. Yes, just to quickly touch upon the point that you mentioned, that yes, I go back to VIT, first batch of mechanical, so passed out in 1990 from VIT. And just for the sake of audience interest maybe, is that that time the VIT was in 3 places. The classes were in a high school in Shivaji Nagar, then the Angels shop was the workshop, and the current site was a civil subjects site for us. Okay, so that's how interesting journey was, and it was all on bicycle those days, as you can imagine. Coming to the question, Neeraj, yes, it has worked and it has been a question mark, if you like. The answer is yes and no. We worked with IIT Madras, we worked with VIT very closely. We are working with IIT Madras. We have a research center out there just now also. We have had a lab with COEP Pune. We have lab with IIT Bombay. Many places things have worked and very nicely for us. But as Professor Lam also mentioned and some others, that some things which need to come together is that I think this platform is like a matchmaking platform for me. Now, okay, both parties want to go ahead. It's a question of who puts their first foot ahead and how do we engage, and we certainly get into a relationship from there. And I think what I heard Professor Lam said is that in industry, I do appreciate and agree that sometimes we are a bit short-sighted, or the 10 years are like 2 years, 3 years horizon is good enough for us. Whereas research, we should appreciate on industry side can take longer, and therefore the engagements needs to be perhaps longer than what it is. So we need to be perhaps a lot more patient. On the other side, what Professor Lam mentioned is companies like us wonder how do we get together, and while we have been successfully engaged, as I mentioned, in these institutes, institutes tend to focus on the impact problems which are for the masses, which is quite appreciable. I think all of us also need to think there are niche areas as well, and you shouldn't have a blind spot for them. And if you can focus on those as well, because they can be real insightful things for you, meaningful things for quite a few from academia as well as industry. And in today's world, you never know what becomes relevant when going forward as well. So I think that's how my take is on. It's not that it hasn't worked, but it takes patience on both sides. And one last point on the confidence, that it's like, as I said in the marriage, it's all about building confidence in each other. That's when it starts going very well. Otherwise, I think it's a question mark. Thank you.
Got it. Great. If I move to Mr. Venkatesh, I think as the Managing Director at Wärtsilä India, your organization for last several years has been working in the energy industry. Of course, you started pivoting more towards sustainable and renewable energy in the recent past. You have seen these entire trends in your industry change dramatically. So you're focusing on future fuel-enabled balancing power plants. You're focusing on hybrid solutions. You're focusing on energy storage and optimization technology. So my question to you would be, the energy industry is seeing a significant innovation from traditional towards renewable and sustainable technologies. So how do you see Wärtsilä transforming the industry? What innovations are you bringing to the table, and how are you going about pivoting as an organization?
Thank you, Neeraj, for the wonderful question, and good day and greetings to all of you, esteemed university colleagues and also the NTU colleagues and the industry participants also. So, as you rightly said, Wärtsilä is a young 180-year-old company. We are originally a technology company only, known as a technology company. We coming from, the base in Finland. Finland is also a country where R&D and innovation are on the top, so considered as top. So that advantage we had as a company. So, and then also in India for the last 40 years, developing in first, in the 80s when the power was a crisis, we were bringing in with the internal combustion engine technology where, if you would see any big industry, we were part of that. So that has come in through the various needs on the industry and also on the development on that. All this time, it has been very important that, we also have an R&D within the organization, but it's very important to know what's going around and how can we get that benefit out of it. That's mainly through the connect on the industry. So if you see in Europe we are present, in Americas we are present, in Asia we are present. So we are tied up with many of these universities around the globe in order to support. And many times we get we start with, but then we get most of the industry requirements and the guidance through the external inputs from the universities. So universities have been a part and parcel of integrated development in all our stages of development, which we have seen through, and that becomes a big advantage. Many times, industries may not get even a leeway towards the new future developments because the connect to the government, the agencies, which Professor Lam was also mentioning, is very difficult to also get into. So where do we get that connect through? Through the universities, through the academia, where you all get this feelers and information already in the beginning, and together with the experts which you have, we then contribute from our industry side and then work together as a team and develop it. You asked about an important question, so this is a brief history which I mentioned, but regarding the renewable and the new directions you are looking at. We are tied up with Lapinranta University of Technology in Finland, for example. We have modeled around 150 countries around the world, and one of the country which we modeled was India. Together with LUP, we were able to bring in the global dimensions to it and then also bring a perspective for India. In the COP26, the year got shifted from 2050 to 2070 by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the different dimensions on it. But as we see, the steps which we have to take is in the coming decade. The big purpose of renewable direction of 500 gigawatt by 2030 is an important step in this direction. In order to do that, there are major challenges, but together I think India is poised to make that happen. And there, industry, together with universities, have to play a major role. For example, there are technologies which are available, but they are today, some of them in a good level, some of them would still need a lot of development, a lot of inputs on that. There, we would need a lot of support from good universities. IITs and IISCs are already connected, but also the next second level universities have to get engaged, wherein we are able to participate together and make this sustainable journey going forward in this decade. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think what we all are seeing in the new era is what the people generally refer to as the butterfly effect. I mean, you go and sign a Paris agreement around environment, and it has a immediate ripple effect in automotive because they now need to speeden up the electric vehicles. It has an impact on coal power generation. It has an impact on battery technology. It has impact on the way roads are being built. So an action taken in a completely different domain has ripple effects across the industry. And that's what puts us into that innovation seat. That's what pushes us to come up with new innovations. So Rajiv, coming from that perspective, since you are an expert, you're a black belt in Lean Six Sigma, and of course, you have worked intensively in this whole domain of plant efficiencies, plant sustainable technologies and strategies, and you are of course an expert when it comes to operations and supply chain in this whole domain. As a cutting tool manufacturer, Sandvik or many other solutions that they provide, you have shifted from selling tools to selling outcomes, to selling SLAs, to selling completely different parameters. So how are you seeing this whole manufacturing environment transform? What are the new innovations that as Sandvik you see in the market? Are your customers asking you for completely new innovative solutions? How do you see the industry panning out?
Yeah. Yes, so let me just introduce the company. It's Sandvik. It's basically a Swedish company, and we're an engineering company, so basically into three major areas. One is in the materials, one is in cutting tools, and other is in the mining and construction. I belong to the cutting tool part of it, and I think in India they are from 1950s, established by Jawaharlal Nehru. During that time, and it's always on its, continuously on its growth phase from till then. So talking more about, what is this Industry 4.0, bringing, I think it's talking a lot about connections, like, connecting machines to people, people to machines, connecting technologies with each other, and I think making the customers more smart, right? And more, I think now your customers are more asking you more intelligent questions, right? Than the previous, before. A recent demand from our customers is, and actually we also already have in our product list, that is, our cutting tools come up with sensors, intelligent sensors, before they come at their end of the tool life, they give a message, you can get a message on your mobile, right? Now it's a time to change. And at the same time, it can give a message to the dealer, the distributor in that area, or the sales team that, we have to refurbish that. So it's going in that way. And I think it's not only on the product side, but also in the manufacturing, the plant where, I belong to. I think things have changed like anything. In last 3 years, we have connected more than 150 machines. So now sitting from anywhere in the world, we can look into how my machines, not only the supply chain is, how is the supply flowing, but also how is my health condition of my machine. And I think, I would say COVID was not that good period, but I think it has really catalyzed the whole process of Industry 4.0. I think that transition, it has really, it has catalyzed it very well. And I think, in a big change, what physically probably I think who are related to manufacturing might have seen this. Most of the whiteboards have been now shifted with, interactive screens. Data's numbers, they became more intelligent and very interactive, and, it's become more catchy. So it engages very well the each of your all the stakeholders from that from the bottom line to the top management, right? Everyone. So I think industry is changing very very well with this Industry 4.0, and I think it's unturning lot of potential which were hidden somewhere, I would say, and I think it's making more smarter, faster, quicker, and I think very innovative.
Absolutely. I think very well said. Those of you who are in the manufacturing domain, that the whole process of ordering tools probably starts when it runs out of stock. And from that point, whether it is somebody from Sandvik or it is somebody from your procurement, both are on fire and on calls. So this whole transformation from selling tools to managing probably the tool room itself as a service is a massive transformation. I think that's the way most of the industries are transforming, quite exciting. Now coming to Umid, of course, you are the CEO of Extensia Technologies, established in 1998. And as an organization, you deliver solutions to global clients, solutions across mobility, cloud, using design thinking, something that we heard today morning. I've had the chance to work with your organization, and every time I engage, I come out with more confidence on this entire process of innovation, and that it's a process. It's not just that you need only talent. It's a combination of talent and processes. So when I look at Extensia, Umid, if I was Sandvik, who's saying I want to transform from selling tools to managing the entire tool room as a service, or Vatsila coming and saying I want to move into renewable technologies and I need a way to socialize this message. You come across problems that cut domains. Your teams are able to solve problems across industries. Yes, the deliverable could be an app or could be a portal, could be a report, whatever. But that's something that you're engaged in. So how do you see the old methods of innovation and the newer methods that you engage? How are they different? What is different? How do you engage with customers and help them innovate in a better way?
So you don't believe in asking easy questions. I think that's a great question. And, we've touched upon so many aspects of that already. So it maybe gives me a chance to kind of tie some of it together. I think one of the historic problems with innovation, and I think Anand kind of pointed that out as well, is when we look at the technology as the solution, saying if I have the technology, you figure out how it solves your problem. And innovation historically, and particularly in the technology space where we come from, you kept improving the technology, you made it bigger, better, faster, and you said, you guys figure out how it solves your problems. But we've now come to the recognition that that's inadequate. Innovation purely in half this space is not going to solve problems. You have to figure out what business users want. And as you actually said in passing, that's also not enough. You have to figure out ultimately what their users want in turn. So to us, innovation must drive this end user satisfaction. It must deliver on solving a problem to people who are using it at the end of the process. Earlier today, a couple of speakers sort of brought up this need for intersecting STEM and shape. And that's where innovation, for the next 10 years, my prediction is that a lot of innovation is now going to be driven at the intersection of STEM and shape, of putting technology and people and user centricity and figuring out why are you doing something. Nobody goes to work, whether it's at Sandvik or at Extensia or at SAP, just to go to work. We want to solve a problem. We want to deliver satisfaction. We want to make a difference. And for that, we have to understand motivation. We have to understand why people do things. So a lot of innovation in the next 10 years, I predict, is going to be at the intersection of STEM and shape.
Interesting. Yeah, I fully agree. I think that's where innovation happens. And as an extension to that, coming to you, Anand, if I say that Vishwakarma University is trying to put together an MBA for Tata Technologies. I mean, with the new educational policies, you can actually assemble courses to create a full course, So can we create an MBA just for Tata Technologies where you recommend a certain set of courses that actually make this MBA relevant for you? And maybe 100 people do it and maybe you select a 10, whatever it is. So given your experience, given the kind of customers you engage, given the type of problems you're expected to solve, have you had a chance to engage with academia on these innovation pursuits? What's been your experience? Where do you see these organizations adding value? You could take an example and share. No harm, whether you want to take the name of the institute or not, that's up to you, but you could share your experience.
Yeah, so this is quite difficult, Neeraj, but I think what you just asked about, and you will not believe, even I look back last 10 years, we are striving to get there. So that what exactly we have to do, and academia and institution and the new generation who is coming, they are learning exactly the way. We don't have to tell that day one in the organization that, see, now this is not your college, this is an office and you have to think differently. So we are trying, even Tata Technology, we are working from many university collaboration, even government to state government to modernize, to bring education at the hardcore grassroots level. But based on my experience, and it's very interesting, wherever I have to say that we have done something in the past in very, very particular project, you will see the source where those people who just joined, or the people who were internship, or all those people who were having passion to do something without any foundation that how corporate works, how any particular project or ask from customer to do. So unless until we remove those barriers, we are not going to do something which is a magical or which is going to make a difference. And you will look at the most of the team, and especially in my team or innovation team, they are all coming from the fresh college. And we take that you have that freedom to think, because when you change the transition from college to industry and company that you come, then you should be having more freedom, because now arsenal is more. You have technology, you have reach of doing anything, you have a reach to understand what customer needs. So I think in future, if we have to think about any course, and as you rightly said, and that's my dream, and I think most of the people might be dreaming that in future there should be a course where I should not be saying I'm doing engineering. They should be saying I'm solving the problem that world is looking for. And I was talking about the speed of change and the scale of transformation. We cannot have traditionally that a very standalone R&D box, their innovation box, the COEs, those are fundamentally okay. But going forward, you want to do quick, then we have to do something at the very grassroots level, at the project level, and we have to define, even you are in first year, your idea can bring immense value, and how we can leverage those things. And I am doing every bit of, you can say, what I can do to bring those spark that we can get from anywhere. Even I feel we don't need even engineering and those type of the classical, the degree that we used to have. Bring the intention and purpose, as I think Hamid was mentioning about, we are going to create a value for the user, the customer centricity. And even you refer all those, the government regulation and Paris related things. I think today, if you have to devise in one word, it's all about customer centricity. And you connect the dot, you will get all innovation, and it will sport like anything. And today, additionally, I would say last statement that we have to, and in my experience, we have to mix the technology. We cannot think I have AI, ML, I am superpower. You can get whatever you want, but only with AI, ML, you will do X. But if you try to mix AI, ML with the ERP, PLM, the design, manufacturing, the cloud, you will be able to do 100X, 1000X. So I think that is the need. We have to see that these are the arsenal of in terms of technology, but solving the problem is completely different thing. And if we have to mix those things and try, and that is so challenging, you will never feel that you are doing a job. It's like fun, having a fun even in office. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think bridging skill gap, which Bharat ji also mentioned, from that to getting students to engage with industry and innovate, I think it's a whole journey that we have started on. Yeah. Milind, if I move slightly deeper into research, so skill gap is one thing, but doing research jointly with academia is taking it to the absolute next level, which is what we are discussing here since morning. And when you do research, you need to have a deeper collaboration with that organization, that academic institution. There are patent related and IP related discussions that happen. So what's been your experience in that field? Any particular research engagement that you have done where some of these pros and cons have been quite amplified?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting me into the soup. So that's been a bone of contention, if you like. When it comes to IPR generation, and NTU may have been into a bit ahead in this curve, and we need to figure out what next, because what has happened is that before it comes to that, I think both the partners keep thinking about, if this comes true, who's going to get what stake. And I think we need to think beyond that, because the benefits could be much bigger if we combine and do it before we worry too much, bit too much, which we do just now, about how do we go about, and I was happy to hear about the joint IPS that you mentioned, and I would like to explore further, including with VU and NTU both. Including with NTU, we had gone some way, but pre-pandemic, as many companies did take a halt, we have taken a halt. So we'll see what next. But I think that's where it stops a bit. Indian companies need to think, I think, because quite advanced nations, they don't stop at this. And there is the larger value that is created is looked at. And I think that is where both partners needs to mature and go beyond that. As of now, it's not coming the way though. That the labs that were set up were in the philanthropy, if you like, more than expecting anything back or anything of that sort. So that is where, as a company, Force Marshal, we are trying to put our foot forward. And then whatever comes out, by and large, we have seen the students getting exposure to labs, learning, and steam engineering is a very niche area again. And that's where steam engineering, control instrumentation, now analytics coming into play, is the overall field we are trying to cater to. But when it comes to the touchy subjects, we need to think further, and I don't have an answer rightly, Neeraj, for that just now.
Sure, I think that's one of the points that...
Let me be honest with that.
Maybe over lunch, our academia folks should clarify some of those questions as we go along. Fair enough. Umid, coming to you, as I said, since you work in this domain where you are helping customers innovate, come up with solutions, have you had a chance to engage with academia? How do you leverage some of the talent that is there across our region?
So both personally and organizationally, I've had the opportunity to work with academia. And I'm a big believer that this collaboration is rich with opportunities. I think I speak for most Indians that our historic, traditional approach to education has constrained this opportunity. So it's exciting for us to be involved and to see a future where these opportunities can in fact expand. Clearly, we've seen from Western countries, from the rest of the world, that there's significant ROI on these investments. I think someone pointed out in an earlier presentation that in the short term, universities or academia and business may have slightly differing goals. But when you put that on a long-term course, when you say, it's for the generations to come, there's a very, very significant aligned interest. So I think that A, it makes a lot of sense to encourage this collaboration, to foster this collaboration. And B, I think that you end up with this very exciting mix where you move out of silos. If you're running a business and I'm running a business, it's easy to get caught up and imagine that only you have the answers, you know everything, you've been doing like this for 20 years, so why change things? And then you come from education and you're, some smart ass on Instagram and you think you know everything and you can solve the world's problems overnight. And it's, to come back to your previous question, innovation, I think, is also sparked by this conflict, by this historic legacy mixed with new ideas, wanting to solve problems. So it makes for a very exciting mix. It makes for a mix filled with potential. So when we're having conversations like this, I think that we're definitely headed in the right direction. When I see some of the incremental changes being made to the education system in India, it also gives old people like us hope that maybe the next generation will benefit from them. True,
very true. I think we see a lot about this when we interact with industry. I think the whole trans-domain requirements that keep coming up, we are seeing banking people hiring people from retail. We are seeing automotives hiring more software engineers than mechanical engineers. So we see a lot of this happening. Coming to you, Rajiv, how do you see this gap being bridged? I mean, from a Sandvik perspective, or even as the manufacturing domain dramatically transforms, and you have a certain kind of student or a talent coming out with a certain skill, how do you see bridging the requirement in the field and the kind of talent we have? How are you bridging the gap? Have you done any programs or initiatives that help you bridge that?
Yeah, I think I'll answer this in two ways. Like, once on our customer offering side, like, we say at Sandvik Coromandel that, if you think to, start machining any kind of a metal, when you start thinking, you can approach us.
we have special government centers, where you can come and do the research. You do not need to put a penny over there at your site. You can come over here. The analysis will be done and the right cutting tool will be identified. And then you can exactly plan it, schedule it, design it, everything. And then you can buy on looking for the exact tool. Because many times we see that, industries spend a lot at their own, spending a lot on doing the trials and all. So instead you can use the expert, you can. So in a way that, skill gap or time gap, you can bridge it over where we're using the Sandvik Government Centers. Second, and thanks to the media, I would say, right, from 2018 or 19, if you see, every paper comes with an article, right, Industry 4.0 is coming. The skills which were in the past will not be required, might not be required in the future. There will be new skills advent. And there was a lot of things, and our operators, we call them as technologists, right? So they come up with a lot of questions, right? What will be the skills of the future? How are we going to be trained for that? What we do? And I think there were a lot of questions to the, team. And in last, we did a lot of research on that, what we tried to discuss with many universities, some global partners who were on the academia. So we talked with them, and at last we have come up with a solution. It's a huge investment. It's a good kind of an investment. So where, everybody, every member of the whole team, probably if you talk about Coromant, we are around 800 people within Pune, and globally we are more than in more than 12,000 people in only in Coromant business what we are. So if I talk about, then we started, there will be an something called as an digital academy, where you start with the basics and, then you skill up to, Industry 4.0, robotics, automation, and, everybody gets that, So now in our team, specialization, we have only 4 or 5 people, experts, but then we want to build that catalyst or, that, spreaders or, a lot of somebody was using the honeybees, creating that honeybees, lot of honeybees which can get this fruit of, right, the nectars, and, bring that overall, the vision of building a factory of the future. Everybody becomes that, and I think that could be with this skill. So we are going to invest a lot over there, and probably in next 4 or 5 years, probably every team member will be kind of an Industry 4.0 ready people who we are going to manufacture.
Absolutely. I think that solves one of the challenges that I've been talking of, which is how do you bridge the gap? How do you make people more aware of what's happening and what's coming? Both need to be kind of embedded as a part of their curriculum or as a part of their learning. Coming to you, Mr. Venkatesh, since you've come to India with a charter of transformation, you've already got a massive manufacturing facility, and as you scale the operations here, what kind of a talent requirement do you have? What kind of programs do you plan to have for collaborating with academia? Is there any golden nugget that you found to kind of get talent overnight that will help you transform your organization and scale it the way you're planning to?
Wonderful question, Neeraj. Again, as I also started off, it's a very important need in this future years. We need to have people with multi-skills. That's very clear. Most of my co-panelists also indicated. So, originally, 20 years back, you used to be a mechanical engineer and you are expert developing that. But today, mechanical became mechatronics, and then today, without data and computers, nothing is existing, sort of thing. So, but again, the base core still need to be there, but it needs multi-skilling. So the multi-skilling need to happen starting from academia, where our students are studying. In that young years itself, they need to have this multiplicity coming in. At least on the different fronts, what we are looking at, we need to also develop this multi-skill. How can we do that? NTU was also showing up area where, 10-year development they showed, after 2 years, 3 years, it already industry comes into. I would even say in some of the developments, we need to co-develop, co-create even. That type of timeline is becoming shorter and shorter. And Earlier, we used to have 10, 12 years product life cycle time, but those have become shorter also, 2, 3 years type of thing, because the technology is advancing, the changes are very imminent. So we need to go hand in hand, we need to support each other, and we cannot just depend on earlier, 10, 15 years back, there used to be only institutions like IITs and IISCs who were doing this. That's not enough. We need to have different levels, different skill sets in academia, in different levels of the universities also, and engagement from universities together with industries need to happen in different fronts. There I see a need on step change improvement, and when we are collaborating, you saw the information from Professor Lam where they are also connecting the government into it already. That sort of engagement also need to come into play, where policies would come in also. Today, many of our developments are stuck because there are no good policies, there are no good mechanisms existing. So, lot of effort we need to play together here, but there is a lot to do. And I see a good engagement possible in that aspect, and that we need to gain momentum on in India at least. In developed countries, that is more or less existing. In many places, it is also a mechanism which is there. But I also saw the VU's message about society, which is also important. So maybe we may not be enough with a triple helix, we may need the quadruple helix, which is also very, very good dimension, and that's a direction which we will take it forward. And opportunities there, and India could become the already a good front runner, but become, instead of second, third, we could be the top runner in many of the fields which you are looking at. And I'm happy to participate in that journey together with all of you around here.
Absolutely. Very true. I think a very interesting set of ideas that the panel has shared, and we have a very interesting panel with people from manufacturing, from services, from cutting edge technology domain. The idea to get such a varied panel of experts was to give you a flavor of what is industry expecting, what are their expectations from academia. Of course, a lot more can be thrashed out through discussions. So let me now open the floor for questions. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask it to an individual, or if you don't name an individual, then we will allow the panelists to pick the question. Yes, we have our first question there.
Hi, good afternoon for an excellent discussion that you led, Neeraj. So more than a question, I have a comment. So I am the founder of a startup over here. So we have some academic giants and we have industry leaders sitting over here. I think how the Indian government just recently launched the Agniveer program. If there is a launch of a program like Vidyaveer, which will not let the students finish their formal degree into graduation, post-graduation, then find their passion into innovation and then develop a technology. Instead of that, the real innovator has an idea of what he or she wants to do. In case the industry has a kind of a skeleton ready to identify such kind of skills in the students which are sitting in their campuses, they immediately make the connect with the industry leaders. The student starts working with the industry on the real solution of the technology that he or she is thinking about. And meanwhile, when the technology is being developed, the industry also gains a solution in a very proactive manner instead of in reactive manner. And the student, instead of wasting, not wasting is not the right word, but instead of putting in 3 to 5 years into formal education and then becoming a, technologist, the person is right there. And of course, the ways for achieving the formal degrees can be taken care of as and when the time permits or as and when the correct way or correct thing happens. I don't know whether industry is ready to accept skills without any formal education if the person is really skillful, and whether the academic is ready to have a framework ready for identifying such skills and making direct connects with the industry partners.
Quite an interesting question. Anybody wants to hazard a solution? Yes.
If I may hazard, because it's an open, very open question. So let me hazard my answer. So I think industry, I'm speaking for Forbes Marshall.
Yeah.
And as an industry, industry has the guidelines put for taking on students when they recruit. And I think that comes from the framework of the education system has put in place certain aspects in the student which guarantee, let's say, a tree which is ready to give fruits, let me say in as many words. So that is where we are looking at the basis in place kind of a thing. Having said that, I can say for force marshal, but I see even Indian companies now very open for any model, frankly. It may work in different ways. It may not be a direct recruitment, because recruitment will go through these formalities.
Absolutely.
But it can be a great tie-up that can be done with institutes coming, pitching in together with industries, and something of a parallel thing can be evolved. But let me be, you mentioned we seniors are old people, so okay, I'll join that. That there is some wisdom to formal education, and let's not discard that.
Obviously,
because there is the cross disciplinary knowledge that comes, or the education that comes. You never know when it comes in handy. I was always wondering, why am I learning all these maths when I did my engineering, right? What of that I put to use it is a different matter. But it comes in useful when the time is right. And therefore, but these, in short, these models can be worked out, and we can be open for that. Industry will be open for that, is what I feel.
Thank you. Thank you.
So first, let me tell you, thank you so much for putting this idea forward. And I think today or tomorrow this is going to happen, because otherwise we are not going to survive. And as per new education policy, I think that's definitely, it's taking us in that way. Even today, I think most of the industry will be ready to do whatever it can, because the talent and the idea and the solution, that's what matter for us. Though there is a challenges in all those policy, but definitely nothing can be like that. Thank you so much.
Just one more question. One last question.
Maybe the last one,
Last
because
question.
in the interest of time.
Sure. I'm Nikhil from Karwari Technical Fibers. When I talk with my young generation, what I see is when I pose a problem to them, first they come up with is the latest technologies. They try and start thinking about latest technologies. Do you think going back to basics, like, many times the solution is very, very simple, but they try over-engineering the product or over-complicating it, whereas a basic solution can be given, and somewhere is the education leading, the specializations that are happening, is that leading to moving away from the basics or not? Like, just a thought, because looking at the young generation, they're really overcomplicating sometimes solutions. That's a question.
So in simple term, I can say basics and fundamentals, everything built upon that. Without that, nothing is possible. And you rightly said why we get into over-engineering and over-solutioning, even we don't know what exactly is needed. And we start from the technology and the solution, what is happening. So there is no bypass of fundamental and basic. And innovation means that everything lies at simplicity. Thank you.
Very well said, sir. So,
if I can add a couple of points to like what he said. So I think domain knowledge with like youngsters, the domain knowledge with the knowledge what they have brought in, and with that actual domain knowledge is really required, because many times they try to bring in what they have learned, but I think it's also to leverage upon what has already been established and how it has been established, and as you very well said, the basics of it, right? So it becomes very much important. So I think the domain knowledge with the knowledge what they are bringing up, and I think building upon that, will always give an innovative approach.
yeah. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the panelists. It was indeed a profound exchange of ideas. And thank you for exploring the landscape wherein industry and academia can harmonize together, and how maybe academia can cater to the very dynamic innovation pursuits of the industry. I would like to request Dr. Vasudev Gade to felicitate our panelists, express our gratitude by presenting them a small token of appreciation from our side. Yes.
Anybody?
Start. Mr. Neeraj Athalye.
Pleasure.
Mr. Venkatesh R. Mr. Umid Kothawala. Mr. Anand Saurabh. Mr. Anand Saurabh. Mr. Milind Joshi. And Mr. Rajiv Jha. A big round of applause from the audience. Maybe if we can have a quick group photograph of all the panelists. Ganesh, sir, if you can please wait for the photograph.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on
Each
to
one
our
of
next.
us- Sorry. I would like to say thank you each one of us and VU and VU-NTU to start this journey. This is a great journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next segment, I would now like to invite Mr. Hemant Watwe, Managing Director and CEO of Willow Mather and Platt Pumps Private Limited, for his presentation. Mr. Watwe is a dynamic business leader who is focused on growth through innovation and product development, and we are grateful to be associated with him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you help? Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm greetings to this August gathering of CII dignitaries, Vishwakarma University, as well as the NTU dignitaries. Yeah, it's very difficult sometimes, when you have tailwind behind you. So I'm 15 minutes delayed, which means my time is actually over. But I would try to crunch myself into this 10 minutes because I'll promise you 5 minutes before time, I'll try to finish. Well, the panel discussions led by Mr. Atle has definitely left you spellbound. Particularly, they were discussing about the new things, the disruptions which are coming in this market, particularly coming from the alternative energy, alternative fuels. We are talking about transformation from cutting tools or cutting technology to additive manufacturing, so on and so forth. But we still are talking about the basics of the core, which is water. So let me start with my presentation. This is a joint project done by Vishwakarma University and Willow. So why with Vishwakarma University? It was primarily because of the ecosystem that is being offered in this university, which fosters the innovative approach, and the little thinkings that we have in mind are put to practice. And that's what we thought of going forward with Vishwakarma University. And I was also impressed with this word called CONNECTOMICS, where this interconnectivity between the industry and the academics is proving to the, or paving way to the new economics of the world. Well, before I start my presentation, I have 2 slides on my company because you would like to know where I come from. So I represent Willow. Vilo SE is a company from Germany, and we are represented in more than 80 countries. Primarily, our focus is water. So we move waters. And when we move water, we also keep our focus on the mega trends which are happening around the world. And in the mega trend, out of this mega trend, I think the most important mega trend which we are seeing today is urbanization. And today's presentation is mainly focusing around the urbanization aspect. In India, we are present for last more than 55 years. We have more than 1,100 employees, having our headquartered at Pune, more than 100 million euro turnover. So moving to this, why this project was conceptualized. And before I get into this presentation, I must acknowledge some few people who were actually working on the ground. I would first acknowledge Mr. Bharat Agrawal, who, normally it is said in Marathi that if you want Naneshwar to take birth, he should take birth at the neighbor's place. So when we wanted to formulate this new thing called vertical STP, it was a concept and we had no land availability. So Mr. Bharat Agarwal came forward and he said, put it on the campus. So acknowledge his gratitude from our side. Professor Jabde, Professor Bhatkande, Umesh Kulkarni from our side, Bhavsar and Munavli, because it's easy to forget their names, so it is best to put them before I start my presentation. So as we all know, in India particularly, I am now coming to our core problem and issues. In India, we are talking about lack of sanitation facility coupled with increasing population, urbanization as I mentioned, and the rapidly decaying infrastructure. So the sewage treatment facility that we see in this country are really, really inadequate. And we have this climate change which is focusing us to refocus on the basic needs of mankind, which is making the water available and treating the water which is used. So a glance at what is the story in India. Out of the total sewage water which is generated, we have installed capacity of only 44%. And out of that, only 28% is being used. This is data from government, which is a very poor state. What it means is we need to find some new ways of treating this wastewater. The traditional ways which have been commonly used in this country are listed here. I don't want to get into details, but the main two which are used are the ASP, which is the activated sludge process, and the second is the SBR. So these are the two processes which are commonly used, and this is where I believe there is a need to come up with something which is new, which is innovative. So this is the conventional treatment plant. I think most of you must have read about it or heard about it, where you need large space, floor area. The output water quality, you cannot use it directly. You can use it for agriculture mostly. These are mainly centralized systems. And the fluctuation in the intake, because in the morning time, in the afternoon time, when there's vacation time, the fluctuation in load is enormous. Then we have the aeration tanks, which are commonly used, where the depth and height are always a challenge. And when you talk about the free bed, it's always a challenging criteria. So we needed to find some solutions. So we had some deliberations. So we talked about what can be done. So when we thought about this concept, we talked about let us have a preliminary treatment. And the preliminary treatment, let us innovate something. So we used the PP-based coagulant. Then we used the secondary treatment where we used anaerobic coupled with aerobic. The reason was to take care of the particularly chemical oxygen demand, COD. BOD is taken care by the aerobic treatment. And then we talked about the tertiary treatment, which is the ultrafiltration coupled with the reverse osmosis. And most innovative thing was freeze concentration. So this objective was primarily to find some innovative way, but at the same time, during the brainstorming, we found that we need to come out with a solution which is more decentralized. The solution which produces water which can be used also for potable needs. So what do? So then we used a technology which is reducing the footprint. So we went vertical. Now going vertical is no great deal, but when we went vertical, we used the height and gravity in order to make sure that the power requirement and the consumables are reduced. At the same time, we went with a modular approach. So if you want a sewage treatment plant which is in vertical state for a population of 500 or 1000 or 1500, we should be able to scale it. So the scalability approach was kept in mind, so the modular approach. And then when we used all these technologies, we wanted to keep the cost also at the lower side. Otherwise, the common society cannot use it. So this particular system used all those things which are mentioned here in order to provide kind of a solution which is modular in nature. So we went vertical, as I said. While going to vertical, we used the third floor for the aerobic and anaerobic treatment. Then we came one step down where we used the RO and the UF unit. And the reject of RO, everybody knows, is almost 55-60%. So what do we do with that? So we put that water in freeze concentration. Freeze concentration, I will come back to that treatment in a minute, where we use the iceberg theory. And where we had a person who has done PhD in this, none other than Professor Zabde, who guided us how to implement it on an industrial scale. So after freeze concentration, the reject percentage goes down significantly. And this reject and the water which comes out, which is the treated water, can be potable. Of course, we have inhibitions, and I know in Singapore we use the treated water for potable needs. But here we always have some inhibitions, and where we will not be able to use this water for drinking, but at least you can use it for all the domestic needs. So on the ground floor, as I said, we use the PP-based coagulant so that the sedimentation happens there. When we go up on the preliminary, the tank looks like this as you see it. These are real pictures. And on the aeration tank, we take care of the biological oxygen demand. In the anaerobic tank, we take care of the chemical oxygen demand. And when the resultant comes out through the clarifier, we put it, this is the way clarifier looks like. And it's all, we have captured signals. So we know the efficacy of the system. We know the efficiency of the system. We know what input parameters can be influencing the treatment the other way, because we always go from the customer side, not from what we want. So then we give this water to the UF feed pump, the ultrafiltration, followed by the reverse osmosis. And this reject water, as I said, goes to the freeze concentration. And in the freeze concentration, as I was explaining, we use the principle where the dissolved solids, when the water is frozen, the dissolved solids are thrown out. And that's how an iceberg is formed in the ocean. And the same theory is used to separate out all those ingredients from water, and only H2O becomes crystalline form and you are able to take out in the form of ice. So here we are able to reduce considerably the TDS content. We can improve the efficiency of the system. The freezing, you might say that the freezing requirement, the energy requirement will be higher, but compare it with the ZLE, where you need evaporation. So the enthalpy of evaporation is much higher. So you can cross-relate those things. So we are able to remove almost the TSS, which is the heavy metals and all, from the water which is being treated. So this gives you the concept, and then when we reduce the footprint, we recognize that we are able to reduce it by almost 75%. Then the utilization of the water through gravity, so we are able to reduce the energy consumption almost by 40%. Then we can use this as a continuous or a batch. Both is possible. This, you can see the COD reduction. In anaerobic treatment, it is getting reduced to almost 50 to 100. And fortunately, to get the wastewater was a difficulty. So we had to purchase the tankers of wastewater, which was left in the societies that you need to clean this. So that water is what we used. So that was the real challenge. And when we used it, we could reduce the COD considerably. The TDS was reduced to below 500, which is the Indian standards. And the discharge water was also disinfected so that we make sure that the discharge water, when it gets into the rivers, does not contaminate the further water bodies. So this design we have filed for patent. There are certain aspects of it where we have filed for patent. So this is in brief, and I thought I could cover it in 10 to 12 minutes. So thanks for the attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me now, or you can ask me later when we meet during the lunchtime, just to make sure that we do not stress the people and starve them for lunch. So thank you for giving patient attention. There's one question, I'll take one question and then I'll say goodbye. Please.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Abhishek Sankhe from Social Theta. What I want to understand, because now urbanization, we are growing so much. In city like Mumbai or Pune, the land cost is very high. And that is one of the major challenge putting STP. What I want to ask in terms of your vertical STP, because it's vertical STP will require less space, but as a capacity will increase, is the height will be increased?
I know.
Okay.
The basic tank capacities for the aerobic or anaerobic will not be required for societies. Right. It will be mainly required for the industries. So aerobic, I think the food space that we have, right now we are catering to 10,000 liters a day, and for society or for the normal STP, we can easily go up to 20,000 in the same module, in the same space.
And one more thing, like, and if you look at a city like Mumbai, Pune or Chennai, we have a centralized STP. I think it's time to come to look at the solution which have a decentralized STP. So for example, STP we can put in the home for a smaller home or for the societies. So how that can be replicated to the urban areas as well as in the local rural areas?
Absolutely. I think we are trying to replicate this in the northeast area, where you have the hilly areas where putting up sewage treatment plant itself is difficulty. So we are going there vertically as a pilot. And in the cities, it is very much possible to go for decentralized way of treating the wastewater. The main aspect in cities is the odor. And many societies don't permit STP to be in their premises just because of this. But then we have a solution there. We have a technology coming from Vishwakarma, where we are able to treat these H2S before it is going out in the air and polluting the air. So we are able to maintain a ppm level of less than 3. We don't claim 0, but we can go up to 3 ppm in the atmosphere around the STP when we use this Vishwakarma technique for monitoring the H2S content and ammonia if it is there. So this is practically can be used in the housing complexes in the city, but initially it is better to try it in the areas where it is very difficult to get land parcels, where you can go for vertical heights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
With his permission and all, and I will just take, it is not a project, and first in the previous panel discussion, Mr. Joshi said there has to be confidence building between academia and industry. So we have to appreciate him in believing in academia and venturing in this mega project. That is first part. Secondly, it is not a project, and they have patience, because the next phase is creating a digital twin of this entire part. And so that sitting in his office, he can actually see various VSTPs and look at those and see what is the performance, and that's part. Therefore, honestly, I came out of protocol, but to appreciate that. So they have believed in us academy, and in the morning CII meeting, someone asked, are there any success stories? So we say it is the beginning, but this is a very solid, profound beginning, and moving forward with a program which is going to take this further to the next level. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your elaborate insight into the project. Now, I would like to request Professor Louis Horniak, Professor of Practice at Vishwakarma University, for his presentation. Professor Horniak is an internationally acclaimed author in the field of nanoscience. He is Executive Director of Nanorism, former Director of the Center of Excellence in Nanotechnology at the Asian Institute of Technology. He has many inventions and patents to his credit. Sir will be discussing on nanotechnology research and innovation at Vishwakarma University, Pune.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I want to thank right off Mr. Bharat Agarwal and Professor Siddharth Jabati to make me part of their team. Also, I can't think of a more exciting place to be right now than at this juxtaposition where we have a new university teaming up with the prowess of NTU and the industries of the potential of the industries in India. So very, very happy to be here today, and I hope that my talk will be interesting to you. And I know lunch is coming, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. So new models for tech innovation and entrepreneurship in the Indian context. I'm learning a lot about that myself, of course, but we're going to talk from the point of view of the emerging technologies, in particular nanotechnology. So here's a simple summary of maybe in many ways of what we talked about today. We have academic partners and we have industry partners. And together we converge in the centers of excellence. What do? We work on applied emerging technologies. What are the emerging technologies? Well, according to pundits around the world, they are nanotechnology, of course, biotechnology, information technology and science, and the cognitive sciences. The cognitive sciences are, coming from hardcore physics and chemistry. We never dealt much in the day with cognitive sciences, psychology, philosophy, linguistics, AI, etc., etc. There's many of these. Even anthropology is one of the cognitive sciences, and neuroscience. Why are these important now in terms of the emerging technologies? Well, they're going to be the segue to what's called the augmented age. We are already in the augmented age, where the boundary between physical and chemical and biological is being blurred. AI is going to be integral to everything, and we know that. So we're going to focus a little bit on nanotechnology, which is fundamental to all of the emerging technologies. We go to the pilot program, we get the technology rollout, and there's the market part, and then of course we look at this part. What is the societal need, and what is the social business that comes out of it? There's a very interesting microeconomic aspect to our projects, in that what we want to do is to, for example, take some of our nanotechnology, water purification, for example, take it to a rural area to help them water purify and help them set up a business selling water, perhaps. So our social business aspect is a very important part of our outlook. The socioeconomic equity, of course, you hear that a lot. Is that going to happen? Well, let's have technology help that happen. And not all solutions are going to come from technology, we know that. But they have to add into from the humanities, what it is for us to become human, things like that. So the technologies, let's just get to that. There's some fascinating things. We are looking very much at technologies we can develop at the current time. So we're using a lot of bottom-up methods. Bottom-up means from atoms and molecules, which we can make in a beaker in a laboratory. So we look at multifunctional glass, for example, and NTU, of course, they have a big program. I looked already. And a lot of universities, a lot of industry around the world is very interested in making these kinds of glasses. One is for anti-reflection for solar panels. We lose a lot of energy because of reflection from the solar panel. How can we reduce that or eliminate that reflection? Self-cleaning glass. Well, a big problem with solar panels is they get dirty and they have to be cleaned. They have to have a lot of work done to them. So it's very costly. And not just solar panels, but window glass. Here at the Marriott, I just noticed they were cleaning windows. Can you imagine cleaning the windows off of this building? That's an immense process. So how can we have a technology that just says, well, we don't have to clean windows for at least for a long time? That would be a wonderful thing. And light trapping capability, how to enhance energy or energy use. Also, another very straightforward technology is how to focus solar energy onto solar panels, because we know the sun moves across the sky and sometimes the solar panels are fixed on a roof. So we're working on developing an external reflection system that we think is a little bit novel. And then for the solar panel aspect, we want to use off-the-shelf cadmium telluride technology. It's a very simple technology. It takes 4 hours to make a panel, as opposed to 4 days for a silicon panel. And these kind of things, the efficiency is a little lower, but for our project, they are perfectly fit. We have a modular home project, and we use these plant-based materials to make structural materials. We call them plantcrete. There's many different, around the world, variations of this kind of technologies. So we want to use bamboo, we want to use rice husks, we want to use all these kinds of different materials. And for the purpose of self-sustainable housing, so in energy independence with these solar panels, which are low cost, and we'll get into a little detail about them. Clean water nanotechnology that enhances the safety of the water systems. Connectivity, of course, waste recycling, we already talked a little bit about. And of course, the homes that we would build, it would be fundamental to middle tier to high end. The cadmium telluride solar cell, we were working with Colorado State University, and I think there's a company called First Solar, I think you all know about it, especially in Malaysia and other places, that they use this technology right now. It's about 4 cents per kilowatt hour, which is equivalent to, in the United States, of course, about coal. It's about that, very cheap. And now they've developed small area cadmium telluride solar cells with efficiency as high as 22%. Which competes well with silicon. The reflection of the cadmium telluride is insignificant in the optical range, so we don't have to worry about anti-reflection coating for that. And of course, apply many kinds of battery technology, depending on the kind of home. So anti-reflection, just a little bit technology for you all. I know I spoke with many folks who have studied nanotechnology in this office, so they may. But thin film coatings, we just have to put a coating on there. But the issue is how expensive is that coating to make? And of course the time. How long does it take to make that coating? Titanium oxide, silica, alumina, zinc oxide nanoparticles, or a continuous refractive index gradient film is what we're trying to make. tuning of particle size, particle density, thickness, and film morphology to enhance the throughput. We can select the wavelength that we want to make go through the panel. A broadband, anywhere from 400 to 1,000 nanometers of light, depending on which is the one important, and omnidirectionality. So no matter where the sun is, we can pick it up. And the multifunctionality, we want to make sure that it's self-cleaning as well. And luckily it is. So this is from a reference I found. They want a cost, a broadband, a reflectivity, omnidirectional, high stability, of course, multifunctionality, polarization, like the polarized light is a different thing. And of course, the perfect anti-reflective coating would be consisting of this. I would add one more element, processing time. Yeah, we were talking about time earlier. The time is very important. You can't make a solar panel in 5 hours. That just takes just to coat the glass. You want to do it as quickly as possible. So we have, this is just a little bit of just some nice pictures. You can see on the top right corner there are some of the nanoparticles that are on the surface. And the big issue is durability, is how long these nanoparticles can stay on the surface. There are ways to overcome that, and we have developed some of that already. So anti-reflection, we have a simple two-step process where we prepare the glass in the nanoparticles, and then we apply some energy. And that fuses the nanoparticles to the glass and gives it a lot of durability, but also the anti-reflective and the self-cleaning capability in two steps. So it would take, we were calculating about 5 minutes per solar panel, a standard size solar panel, to be able to cut this. And durability, wear resistance from previous studies that I've done earlier are just very, very, very strong. The mirror technology, you can improve the solar efficiency by 75% just by positioning mirrors. The problem is, of course, is overheating, so you don't want to focus the sunlight onto any one spot. But there's a combination with sensors and innovative mirror technology that should mitigate. You have the flat panel, the concave panel, and the convex panel, and there's different combinations of these that you can do to make this a very efficient process. Lastly, we have the self-cleaning, super hydrophilic glass. Hydrophilic means it loves water. So any water droplet that falls on the panel will sheet up and drip off. There's the opposed to the super hydrophobic, which is like the lotus leaf, where the water beads up on the surface and then rolls off. So this is a much simpler panel to make it super hydrophobic. In other words, if you put a drop of water on the panel, it'll spread out very, very well. And that'll clean it. All the dirt flows off, taking the dirt with it, and is good for solar cells in the windows, of course. So the industry, it's not just the solar cell industry, but the entire windows industry for hotels and everything. So if this can work here, it could be a nice thing. And you can see the picture, you can see the water falling down on there with the different kinds of nanostructures and microstructures on the surface. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. I'll take any question. I can take it. Let's talk at lunch. Why don't we do that? The technology folks can come talk to me. Okay, thank you very much. See you all at lunch.
Thank you, Professor Honyak. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite Dr. Anshuman Tripathi, Professor of Practice at Vishwakarma University, to discuss avenues of research in energy storage, future mobility solutions like autonomous vehicles and electromobility, which is basically his research interest. He has 35 patents in the area of power systems, control, electrical machines, and 22 IEEE publications to his credit. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So last two speakers spoke about lunch. I'm not going to talk about lunch. So there. Ironing on. Okay, I'm ready. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, this is the wrong slide. We can just go. Okay. It's a great honor to be here. Okay, sorry. And I thank Vishwakarma University to have invited me in this great event. I feel it's very important to have industries on board, which I believe they are. And without taking much of your time, I'm going to discuss three things. Firstly, tell you about my group in NTU. So I belong to Energy Research Institute, which is a research institute of NTU. And inside Energy Research Institute, I have a group called Future Mobility Solutions. So I will also discuss about some of the case studies that my group has been involved in different technology segments that we have been working on. But before we move on, a very short video about my institute. This is essentially a snapshot, a drone snapshot of our university. This is where my office is, which is Energy Research Institute. This was one of my buses that we worked on, automating for. And then these are some of the labs that you see. Many research that we have done are a product out of these labs. Some of my teams, this was the first robot that we built that moved around for surveillance purpose. And also this is now getting commercialized slowly through our startups. So I'm going to take a small pause here to explain what Energy Research Institute is about. So essentially we have various programs. Some of them, as my leaders told, they are multidisciplinary. So Renewable Energy Integration Demonstrator System in Singapore and Eco Campus. So how do I reduce the energy consumption by 35 to 50% in a given piece of land? So this piece of land, if it happens to be on road, it is the responsibility of transport, to reduce the energy intensity. But if it happens to be in a campus, then smart building technologies and so forth, they come into the fore. So essentially, what my group does in contributing towards that in terms of three areas. The first area is to automate vehicles. Automating vehicles in India will be a challenge, but automating vehicles in industry in India is a market. So that is what we are intending towards, like automating port operations, could be a huge market, as I will show you in a while. The second area is electromobility, and essentially we have developed a lot of technologies which are indigenous to my group, and with regards to designing the drivetrains of different kinds of vehicles, and also working on different kinds of energy storage system options. So I'm going to show some excerpts on that as well. The last area is about designing power interfaces, which could be for renewables, which could be for normal electricity transmission and distribution, but also in terms of using them as chargers as well. So my transformer in this particular building becomes a charger for my buses. So how do we achieve that? So these are the three areas that my group has delivered on. And recently we thought that, okay, delivering on projects, commercializing technologies may not be the only option. Thank you. So I made them work a bit. So it may not be the only option, so we should try and bring this knowledge out to people who are really industry minded and also the industry. So we started technically training the industries of whatever we have gained in the past 10, 11 years in NTU. Yeah. So I think we have spoken a lot about value creation, and therefore I'm going to skip that. Jump directly into the first area, which is autonomous vehicles. So these are different technologies. So saying that, okay, a given vehicle is autonomous, what it means is essentially you remove the driver out of the vehicle. So you enable the vehicle to be on its own through sensors and also through positioning units. So equipment. So how do you do that? Is by collecting information like eyes, ears, nose, etc. Collecting all kinds of information and then coming up with algorithms that use and process this information, and also adding some kind of artificial intelligence into the system as well. So these are the basic technologies. And like us, we can see and feel things. An autonomous vehicle can only see these kind of point cloud information about a given space. So essentially, we have to make head and tail about a given route, stop for an obstacle, or keep moving around, turn here and there, and make decisions on our own based on how good or bad your software that is guiding these machines are. You see, so if it is a tiny vehicle that I showed you in one of my videos, then it's less of a problem because it's not going to hurt anyone. But if it is a big bus, which is 12-meter bus, it could be a serious concern. So I'm going to go into slightly more detail about it, saying that, okay, we developed these controllers, on our own, and this is something that we are commercializing in different aspects of automation as well. Then we also came up with some cyber secure algorithms, which means that, okay, if a given vehicle is on road, it has been programmed to go from point A to point B, which is on road. But then if someone hacks the system of that particular vehicle, it may end up going in a point C, which could be a lake, for example. So how do you make the vehicle cyber safe? So that is something which we have added as well as a technology. So there have been a lot of deployments, lot of pilot demonstrations in Singapore, so for different vehicles. So this particular vehicle that you see is a road sweeper, which is sweeping the roads of, inside NTU as well as outside of NTU. We also came up with mechanisms in which you can track these vehicles on your app, essentially, and also ensure that some of these vehicles are available for you to move from point A to point B, for example. So these are some of the areas that we have actually excelled in the past 8 to 9 years. It's not that people are not doing it, but what we have done is to solve some problems which are related to, geography specific, and this time in this case is NTU. So our biggest platform that we automated was 2 of the Volvo bus, and my SVP also mentioned this, Prof. Lam. So this is by far the first such example in which a 12-meter bus, which was fully automated, ran on the roads of Singapore. And these roads were not simple roads which was one way. Essentially, it comprises of roads in which the traffic was bidirectional. So only a small line, which is a lane, which is called lane, separated the traffic which was moving in this direction versus the traffic coming in that direction. So that was quite a challenge for us to solve, but we could manage it seamlessly. These are some of the videos that I wish to show you. This is essentially being tested, the bus being tested for certifying that this bus indeed is capable of moving in public roads with mixed traffic. And mixed traffic is a traffic in which one of the vehicle could be autonomous, the other vehicle is driven by people, you see. So, this is an example of one of these buses moving in a regulated space in this particular case. But what is that regulated space? This regulated space was made possible by an effort between 2 agencies in Singapore. Prof. Lam spoke about triple helix. One of the important helix for my case, or in this case, is essentially the agency. Agency is something that helps come up with these kind of platforms, which is very important for testing a technology in real world environment. So this is something that was built in NTU, and then we have tested many of these platforms. So coming up with a technology is good. I can come up with a technology and say that this is the best technology, it is safe and so on, but there has to be some authority who can certify that. And there has to be some platform, some checklist that tells me that, okay, I give you the license to operate, and that is what is being done in this particular regulatory process. So other than this, another important work that we are doing is with another industry partner, and we got a Jaguar I-Pace from this industry partner, which is a French company. So what we have done is, so normally if you buy an electric vehicle, they come with a promise. And the promise is that you charge for 6 hours and the vehicle is going to run for 400 kilometers. If it doesn't do that, then it's a problem because they lose the competitive edge. So how do you find out what is the problem? So that is what we are doing in this particular project. So what we do is we essentially break apart the vehicle, put 80 or 90 sensors in the vehicle, and we try to achieve these specifications, for example. So a given battery that is on board the vehicle should enable the vehicle to run 400 or 500 kilometers. In this case, it's 470 kilometers, close to 500 kilometers for one charge. So if it is not doing it, find out the problem and solve it. So that's essentially the project that we have done with this particular industry partner of ours with a lot of technologies that was that essentially were inbuilt in the group. So what we did is we benchmarked first. So we have to figure out what's the problem. So if it doesn't go 470, if it does only 300, what should be the problem? So that can only be found by doing a lot of hours on roads of different kinds in Singapore, for example, and by measuring different parameters that are given, that thrown out by different components on board the vehicle. So around 89 sensors were installed in this particular platform, and we actually hired some workshops, as you can see here, to benchmark the performance. So except the charging plug and the heater of the vehicle, everything else has been changed in this particular vehicle. And then it was designed for this particular application for that vehicle for the tropics, because tropics is a very challenging environment. If you go to Mumbai, you will know, and I'm sure you have gone quite a few times. It's a very challenging environment. So there can be heat, there can be humidity, and therefore there is a requirement which is beyond what you see in Europe or northern parts of the hemisphere. So that was one of the projects that it's like a case study that we have done with one of our industry partners. The other area is on energy storage. Energy storage can be of different kinds. One of the energy storage is something which is more challenging, which goes on board the vehicle. The requirements are very stringent. So if you see a Tesla car, it's an excellent car, one of the best electric vehicle in the world. So 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds. How do they achieve that? They achieve that by excelling in designing the batteries that go on board the vehicle. So what is so specific, what is so good about these batteries is something that we are trying to explore this for many an application. It's not just for automotive purpose, but it's also for purpose of power grids as well. So how do you sustain some kind of renewable energy, and how do you store it when the cost of electricity given by the utility is low? You see, so we have done for automotive purposes, we have again worked with the Chinese industry, in which what we did is we came up with a very intelligent and thoughtful battery management system, which was equipped with some of the learnings that we received from from running experiments, mounting sensors and collecting data, using that data to our advantage. And these are some of the examples. So this is why we do BMS or energy management system, battery management system, energy management system, is because this research will give us to a translation which could be hitting this kind of market, close to around 11 to $12 billion. So that is something, that is the lure why we intend to develop such kind of controller cards with specific type of algorithms written, equipped with a lot of learning from the data that we have collected out of several vehicles. So having done all this, we realized that the market is, or the energy market for automotive is moving towards something which is even more stringent. So a given Tesla car, how it is judged is because how much battery that goes inside. So 150 watt hour per kilogram. If I can increase this 150 watt hour per kilogram to 250 watt hour per kilogram, I have gained a lot of competitive edge. So how do I achieve that? It's better said than done. So that is our goal next time. So I think we have started this program very recently, in which we are having around 13 industry partners in this. And the idea here is to see if we can scale up the energy for a given volume. Energy density has to be increased. So that's our goal, and possibly in the next such meeting, I'm going to show you what did we achieve, at the end of the day. So there's another important thing, and that is learning. So when you are blinded by technology, you forget learning. So we were the same, 1 year ago. So we figured out that, okay, how do I learn more about a given set of electric vehicles? How do I learn, and how do I use that learning, to design better electric vehicles? So for instance, so in this case, we came up with a concept in which we said that our batteries have to be on the cloud. So battery in the cloud. So that was the phrase given to this particular program. And what we did is we mounted sensors in 126 vehicles of one of our industry partners, which is a Chinese company. And what we did is we collected information, data as the vehicles ran, and 126 vehicles, and a lot of information, a lot of data, and that is what we are using. So there is an advantage for every single guy. There is an advantage for the user, that is cell phone. There is an advantage for the OEM who builds the car, and there is an advantage for the battery manufacturer who sources the batteries for such cars or such vehicles, for example. So that's why we do this particular project. So we have also worked on concepts. So let's say it's a very heavy duty vehicle, can only the battery be a solution, or we can bring in batteries plus other options of energy storage to increase the amount of, to reduce the amount of consumption and increase the value for the customer. So we have worked with Rolls-Royce in coming up with batteries for airplanes for various applications in the airplane. You know, so our biggest project in this hybrid energy storage solution was with our container port business in Singapore, which is called PSA. So this company is called PSA, and what we did for them is a combination of supercaps and battery. I think Prof. Tim White already showed you that, you know, Singapore port happens to be a great puller of GDP for Singapore. You know, 10% of GDP of Singapore comes out of ports of Singapore. You know, so it's a very important business for it. But the conditions to electrify transportation in this particular port is very stringent. You know, there's the same problem. Now imagine a 12-meter bus. 12-meter bus is 18 tons. These particular vehicles that move around in these ports, something like this, you see. So these vehicles are going to be 95 tons. So if I have to lift a 95-ton vehicle from 0 speed to cruising speed of 20, 25, 40 kilometers per hour, I will need enormous amount of energy, you know, enormous amount of power. So it is that power that is going to kill those batteries. So how do I prevent that from happening? You know, so if my batteries are promised to be lasting for 5 years, but then if I have to replace them in 1 year, the whole purpose of electrifying the transport in such stringent conditions gets defeated. So what do? So I came up with an idea saying that, okay, instead of using only the batteries, you can use a combination of supercaps and batteries, and we got it tested on smaller vehicles instead of just designing it for a bigger vehicle like an AGV in this particular case. So what we said is, we will do it for different kinds of use cases. So one of the use case was forklift, and as you can see, the battery is living happily because the supercap, the idea of a supercap is that it can take much more power than the battery. So you imagine a guy who is sprinting and another guy who's jogging, you see. So the jogging part of the work, so when you lift 95 tons from 0 speed to cruising speed, that is when you need high power, and that is given by the supercaps. But when you are cruising, the power requirement or the energy requirement is less, you see. So that is when the batteries come in, and the batteries live at least their design life, 5 years, no problem. So that's what we have done this. And then as we speak, we have actually implemented the same concepts on buses. So this was another platform that we used to prove the concept for public transport applications. You know, once again, the bus stops for 20 seconds at a bus stop, charges, and then it keeps moving, you know. So I can manage 25-30 buses with just 3 chargers, and that too, the charging process can be automated. So that's the whole idea about this. You save on manpower, you save on energy, and you don't have to install huge power plants, you know, to come up with power that supplies to this. So as we speak, we have also started working in piloting concepts in the real vehicle, which was why we started off this particular project, you see. So just moving on, so we also have a concept in which we say that, hey, there can be occasions in which instead of vehicle going to the charger has to go to the vehicle, you see. So this is the concept of mobile chargers. It can be for very many applications. So one of them is to recover the vehicle from the roads, you see. So we also have concepts about, you know, working on hybrid electric vehicles per se as well, and most of these technologies are now being translated to startups of NTU, and I think if that is of interest, which I believe it is, we can have a chat on this next during lunch. So our biggest technology that we are working on with the government of Singapore and many other industries, local as well as multinational, is coming up with apparatus that can convert high voltage electricity into both low voltage alternating current power supplies, but also DC power supplies. You know, high voltage comes to this building, I need both AC and DC. What do? Should I use multiple energy conversion or power conversion apparatus and lose my efficiency, or I come up with systems in which I not only save the space, but I give a lot of advantage in terms of conversions, you see. So we came up with this concept which is called solid state transformers. We did the first prototype in which a transformer was built which was 6,600 volt transformer. This was built using modular units. So you see, these are modules. Each of these modules are 10 kilowatt. So one phase is 10 multiplied by 550 kilowatt. This is 150 kilowatt solid state transformer. High voltage AC comes in, low voltage AC or low voltage DC gets out. So this same unit can be used as a solar interface. This same unit can be used as a charger for electric buses and so on and so forth. So one unit, so one transformer in this particular building can actually be used for many applications. But the way it is done is modular, and the reason why we do it modular is because I want to make chargers out of this. So I think it was Mr. Shrikant from Reliance who asked the question, what are you doing with Indian industries? This is done for an Indian industry that is based out of Noida or Delhi, to be honest. And then what we have done is we have done we have used these modules. This module is 20 kilowatt. That charger that we built, that you see upstairs, is 600 kilowatt. So how did we do that? We kept on cascading such 20 kilowatt units to do that. So as we speak, we are testing it out, and we have tested it for 300 kilowatt unit until now. And when we ship it to India, it will be tested fully at 600 kilowatt units as well. Modular power supplies helping us, so a lot of demonstrations. But where do we take this technology? We are going to take this technology to one of the areas in Singapore. It's an exotic location. So if you happen to be in Singapore, you have to come visit such locations. And one of these locations will be housing our solid state transformer, which will not be of 6,600 volts. It will be a 22,000 volt solid state transformer, which will not just serve a given building, but will serve a given neighborhood. See, so that's the whole idea about scaling these technologies. And we have already found people who have promised to take it forward and manufacture it. You see, so these are modular units. This is 6.6 kilovolt modules, and that is the 22,000 volt module as well. So, so this is something that we are going to containerize. So all these modules are going to sit inside a 20-footer container, so that you can actually ship the substation from the industry directly to the field. So that's the whole idea. So essentially, technical training is something that we offer, and in this age of open innovation, it is very important to not just say that these trainings can be residing in a given geography, but we are, as Prof. Lam and Prof. Tim White said as well, that we are open, to train people. We are open to bring more and more people into this bandwagon, because not everything can be done in Singapore, and we can actually, outsource some of these activities to places like our country here in India. So we have a lot of test facilities in terms of helping the government shape mobility. So electric mobility is not a norm. So if you close your eyes and turn a lever and believe that everything will be electric, that is not going to happen. There will be a process. So for Singapore, it was us who laid down the technology roadmap for electromobility, and we gave a lot of options to the government. And as we speak, we can see that the government, which is the agency, Land Transport Authority and National Climate Change Secretariat of Prime Minister's Office, so they are the ones who are implementing parts of this particular electromobility roadmap. So we laid down. We said that you should not change every vehicle to become an electric vehicle. So we laid down 3 penetration scenarios: low, medium, and high. So we said that if it is high, it means that every single bus which is used for public transport has to be converted into electric. And what does it take to do that? How much? What do you want to buy? What do you want to develop in Singapore? So on and so forth. So I'll not take a lot of your time. So how many chargers should be gathered? Can we use solar power in Singapore, to feed all this, all the requirements for electric buses, for example? The answer was yes. It was surprising. It's a small geography, but even then, using judicious solar power with energy storage, it is possible to cater to all charging requirements in Singapore. You see, so where do we locate these charging stations and so on? So essentially, this is my last slide. The approach that we have followed in Energy Research Institute is that we'll have 3 types of options. The first option is to work for the industry, which is industry critical. Every single project that I just showed you is with industry partner. The way we do this is by shared IP. The project that is not with industry partner is commercialized by us. So, and there are different modes, and I think my profs actually explain those modes of, technology translation as well. The other two segments, this is roadmap critical. I will not give any IP for the roadmap critical projects to any industry partner. I will try to commercialize them myself. That's the idea. The last one is called game changers. Game changers are something which is slightly more risky. So that is when we bring in all our groups, all departments. That is when the real function of pan university collaboration comes in. It doesn't stop inside NTU, it extends out, and there have been a lot of interns from India as well, and I think we have worked with VU as well, and thanks to Prof. Javade for that. You see, so this was my last slide, sorry. So maybe I took a bit of time, but any questions, I will be happy to address them. Not now, probably in the other side of this room. So thank you for listening to me, and thanks again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your dynamic presentation. I request Mr. Hemant Watwe and Professor Horniak to join us on the dais, and I request Mr. Bharat Agarwal to extend our gratitude. Dr. Tripathi, will you please join us on the stage? Professor Horniak. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you. Mr. Hemant Watwe, a big round of applause. And Dr. Anshuman Tripathi. Again, a big round of applause. Maybe if we can have a quick, yes, can we have a quick photograph? Before we go for the lunch, quick announcements from Professor Amol, and then we'll be heading for lunch. Thank you, all of you, for patient listening.
I think with this adequate food for thought, or more maybe, it's time for lunch break. A couple of announcements. First is we'll be rearranging this particular setup, as we are going to have 4 roundtable discussions. So we request you to please take care of bags. Our volunteers are around, so that is one thing. So and the next is, in the roundtable, these will be facilitated by industry experts. So we request all of you to stay back. We understand that we are running late, but I think we should still try and wind up by 4. So that would be great. And the reason we thought of this, maybe rationale should help. I know this is delaying lunch by seconds, is all of us have something unique to say about translational research and innovation based on our own experience, insights. And as we were listening, I was also listening there for 4 hours, at least there were 10-15 thoughts that I could, or ideas and views and perspectives. We would like to hear that. For each roundtable, there'll be one senior faculty from VU as well for note taking. So help us with as many insights as possible so that we can work on it further. And then when we meet for Connectomics next time, we'll have much better, approach and also results in due course. I'm just checking if I've missed on something. So let's assemble back, try and meet at 2:50, 30-35 minutes of lunch break. Thank you so much. Thank you. And apologies for delay once again. Thank you.